You're ready.
Sorry.
Thanks.
As chairman of the commission this year, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I want to welcome all of the attendees who are here, the licensees who have come. And as I look down this list, this is a fairly small group of individuals who are here this month. But there's one here that's just here for continuing education. And all of you might need to go back to your offices and tell your boards the next time y'all have meetings or something, that in case they don't know, you can attend this meeting and get 8 hours of continuing education, and it doesn't cost anything. Don't have to take a test. Just be here and participate in a commission meeting, and you can get 8 hours of your 16 hours of continuing education. So just spread the word, if you would. And at this time, I would like to call on our executive director, Ms. Eve Maxwell, to call the roll.
This meeting's date, time, and location have been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website, included as a part of this year's meeting calendar since September the 7th of 2012. Additionally, the agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the Tennessee Real Estate Commission's website since Thursday, August the 1st, 2013. Also, this meeting has been noticed on the 10Gov website since Friday, August the 2nd, 2013. Now I'll take the roll. Alexander?
Here.
Collins?
Here.
DeChara?
Here.
Flitcroft? Absent. Grease?
Here.
Haynes?
Here.
McMullen?
Here.
Stevenson?
Here. Looks like we've got 7 members present and 2 absent, which gives us a quorum. And at this time, I would like to call on Commissioner McMullen, if he would, to lead us in our invocation this month.
Thank you. Will you pray with me? Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us another day of life. We pray that we would make the most of it. We lift up this board and all who serve you and pray that you would give each of us wisdom, energy, that your will would be done. We also pray for all in this great profession, that they would act with character and integrity and serve their clients with respect. We pray that in all things your will be done. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Next on our agenda is to adopt our agenda. Are there any additions or deletions or modifications that anybody would like to offer as an motion to our agenda?
Yes, Commissioner Stevenson, we need to add just a topic about the manual, just an update on the manual to the agenda, the new TREC manual.
Where would you like to put that?
After the 2014, before meeting schedule.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. After the meeting scheduled before the complaint report.
Agenda is amended.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander and a second by Commissioner McMullen that we adopt our agenda as amended, which includes, after the 2014 meeting schedule, we'll discuss the manual update. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda is adopted. Approval of the minutes is next. Any additions or corrections to our minutes?
Are you going to take all 3 months at the same time, Mr. Chairman?
No. I think we need to, what do you think? What's your pleasure? Think we ought to take them one at a time or all 3 together?
Break them up.
Break them up?
Yeah, because not everyone was maybe here for all of those meetings, I think.
For the adoption, anybody have any additions or corrections to the May 2013 minutes?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner DeShara and seconded by Commissioner Collins that we approve our May 2013 minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Minutes are adopted.
I'll abstain.
Me too, Mr. Chairman.
We have 2 abstentions due to lack of attendance at being absent from that meeting, Commissioner Grease and Commissioner
I didn't
It
hear you.
says he was.
I
McMullen.
already seconded.
No.
Oh, I didn't know you were doing Pickwick. I thought you were doing last
Yep.
week.
No, May 13 is that's where we went to Pickwick.
Oh, I abstained.
Who was not at Pickwick? Commissioner Grease was not at Pickwick. He didn't vote. He abstained, and Commissioner McMullen has abstained.
And Collins.
No, it
And
does say
Collins.
absent on there.
So those three commissioners have abstained from the voting on our May 2013 minutes. Motion passes. Who was not at our June 2013 meeting? Anybody absent at that June 13 meeting? If not, what's your pleasure on the June 2013 minute adoption?
I'd like to see him adopted.
I think I'll second that.
Commissioner McMullen makes the motion. We adopt our June 2013 minutes as presented and seconded by Commissioner DeShara. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. July 2013 minutes, our last month's meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second the motion.
Commissioner DeShara makes a motion. We approve the minutes.
Perhaps one correction.
And what?
On page 7 of 57, it references Chairman Haynes, and I'm not sure that she was chairman. So page 7 of 57. This is one correction.
Good catch.
I was going to say, he's very observant.
Catch
What
that.
big eyes you have.
And that motion was seconded by Commissioner McMullen with the one change that
Appropriate change.
the appropriate change that Commissioner Grease has pointed out. All in favor say aye with the adoption of the July 2013 minutes. All aye. Opposed, no. Minutes are approved.
Chairman Stevenson, did you get another second on the May minutes? Did you go back and get another second since?
As amended, I move that we accept the May minutes
Had
as...
one.
Point of order. I
thought
can
one.
still second the motion
Or you can even if you
Even if
didn't
you're
weren't
not
there?
there.
on there because
Okay.
it has nothing to do with while I was there, not the procedure here.
Okay, okay. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure
I
that,
think.
I have no idea. I just wanted to make sure.
Hey, you're our parliamentarian.
He can second it, he just can't.
Vote on
He
it.
can't second it, he just can't vote. So he was our
I
second.
see this is going to be a detailed day.
Commissioner Alexander made the motion, Commissioner Collins seconded it for our 2013 minutes.
Chairman Stevenson, I just want to say, I'm sorry I got so behind on those. It was just with the move, and
It's okay.
that will not be happening again.
We're
'cause
caught up now, though.
Trying to do 3 months of minutes in 3 weeks.
And we won't be moving anytime soon, so
Yes.
you'll stay caught up now.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we have an informal applicant appearance. We have Jason Moore, who is the applicant, and his principal broker, Judge Dow. You two would, Ms. Maxwell?
Remind everybody to turn their phones off.
Yeah. I'd like to remind everybody to put your phone on silent.
Laptop's up.
Your laptop's up and pay attention. Because we do have the authority to say, because you did not pay attention and you were not attentive during this day and a half commission meeting, we have the right to refuse to give you credit. So you need to pay attention. We all are busy. We'll be having numerous breaks, and we'll have an hour and a half lunch break, during which time you can conduct some business, because all of us up here, we in the real estate business too, with the exception of Commissioner McMullen down on the end. He's an attorney serving in one of the public, I was starting to say consumer, but one of the public members of the commission. But anyway, at this time, Ms. Maxwell, if you'd like to swear in.
Well, we didn't get that.
Okay,
Raise your right hand,
Judy Crop.
please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Jason Moore is here today with his principal broker, Judd Christian Dial. Is that correct pronounce it, Dial? And Mr. Dial is a principal broker with Cry-Like South out of Cookville, and he has no complaints. Mr. Moore has tested for his affiliate broker license and would like to be licensed, and he has disclosed that he had several convictions about 13 years ago. He had a conviction in 2001 for prescription fraud, and then he had a violation of probation that was actually stemming from the probation he received from the prescription fraud conviction that he received in 2001. His violation of probation involved the unauthorized use of a vehicle and driving on a suspended license, evading arrest, theft under $500. But those were all the things that triggered the probation being revoked. He ended up serving 120 days in jail, and he says that he was addicted to crack cocaine. In October of 2002, he petitioned the court to allow him to go to a house located in Huntsville, the New Life Outreach House, where he could get counseling and help for his drug addiction. He spent 18 months in that program, 6 of which he was actually, I believe, a mentor to others who were there. And since that time, has not had any other issues with the legal system that we've seen from his TBI report. He had his citizenship restored in 2005, and he's been off probation since that time. He has owned a construction company for the last several years and has had no complaints as the owner of the construction company. He's been very active with both the church and the New Life outreach program that he attended in Huntsville, Alabama. And at this point, he would like to have his real estate as affiliate broker's license, and I'll let him tell us what other else he would like to elaborate on.
I just like she said, I've been off drugs since 2002. I went to New Life Outreach in Huntsville, Alabama, and I got saved, and I got delivered from my addiction, and I haven't had any problems with drugs or with breaking the law or stealing anything ever since. You know, when I was on drugs, I would steal anything I could get my hands on. It didn't matter if I could get away with it or not. If I could get out the door with it long enough to go get high, I didn't care if I got caught later. I would get high then. And God has changed my life. He's changed who I am as a person. And I've been a licensed general contractor since 2008, and I haven't had any problems. I've got, when I got my recommendation letters, I had people asking if they wanted me to come up and speak on my behalf. I've had a really good relationship with everyone that I've built for or remodeled their home for, and would really like another opportunity to serve my community and just earn a living.
If I could ask you, Mr. Moore, just tell us about, how old were you when you started using crack cocaine?
Crack, I was 18. Tried it and thought, man, that stuff is powerful. I better not ever do that again. And I didn't for a couple of years, but then I started doing it. Actively, I did cocaine in college, and it just progressed. My addiction began there to cocaine, and it just progressed more and more. And honestly, I started smoking crack when my nose was so messed up from snorting cocaine that I couldn't snort it anymore. So I started smoking it, and it's just a terrible thing to.
Now, did you grow up in Huntsville?
I grew up in Well, I was born in Crossville. I grew up mainly in Murfreesboro. We moved there when I was in the 4th grade. And
you go to MTSU or Tennessee Tech?
MTSU.
Okay. Did you get your degree?
No, I did not. My addiction led to many, many bad decisions. One of them was to quit going to college. So.
Yeah. Any commissioners have any questions of Mr. Moore?
It's not related to your license, but was it easy to get drugs? Is it easy to get drugs today?
Very, very easy. Very easy.
Could you go get some today if you want?
Oh, I could go get some right now. I could probably be back in 30 minutes with some crack.
Anybody here, you just start asking. How does that work?
Well, I just drive right over to that housing project that I passed on the way in, and just drive through. They'd probably see me coming in there and know what I was there for, and they'd flock to my car.
Have you, now back to your license for a minute, do you anticipate potential clients or customers asking you about your history and being uncomfortable with your history? Have you had that experience with people you've worked for in the contracting business?
Never. I make a point to talk about that, not only with people that I do work for, but anybody that I meet. You know, I typically share my testimony with them very quickly. You know, once I meet someone, I want them to know who I am and where I come from. But I never want to miss an opportunity to share what God has done in my life, because I struggle with addiction. You know, getting high was fun for about 6 months, and then the other 10 or 12 years was not fun. It was a terrible life, and I did a lot of terrible things, you know, to my family, to my children, to you know, to anybody that was close to me. And I know that there's no family, there's no person out there that doesn't know someone, at least, that has struggled with drugs or alcohol addiction. And if there was anyone that was a hopeless, lost cause, it was me. And I feel as though it's my responsibility to share with people that there is no such thing as a lost cause when Jesus Christ is involved.
With your contractor's license, have you held money, other people's money?
Yes.
Any issues?
No. I mean, in my bank account, I've had upwards of $100,000 of other people's money. And, you know, I joke, you know, I've always got a lot of money in the bank, but none of it's ever mine. You know, it either belongs to subcontractors or material suppliers or the homeowners still, you know, and so I have a lot of money that belongs to other people.
You already taken the test?
Yes.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Moore, before we hear from his principal broker, Judge Dial? Mr. Dial, tell us a little bit about your company, how many agents you have, what kind of mentoring program, what kind of training program that you have there in Cookeville.
Well,
you need to lean over. We have some hearing impaired individuals up here on this commission. So
Gotcha.
I didn't look at you.
Just pointed.
I was pointing at you, Commissioner McMullen.
We've got approximately 22 agents now. Of course, as a corporate company, we have a whole range of training, Crowley College and all that stuff. Of course, we do one-on-one training in the office, but we've got about 22 agents now. Crowley's been open in that location since, I think, 2006. I've been the broker there on and off. I did take a year break, but I've been the broker there on and off since about 6 months to a year after they opened. What was the other question? Did I miss something?
What kind of a training program, mentoring program do you have?
Well, Jason actually came to me through one of my other agents who's kind of grown up with him, known him for a long time, and thinks a lot of him. So he was actually a referral to me to come to work for me to begin with. And so, of course, a lot of times when an agent helps us recruit somebody, they too will kind of help us mentor them. So Elijah Castelli is going to actually help Jason also, but we do, like I said, I do personally one-on-one training, coaching, and work individually with the agents as well as in a group setting, anything from sales meetings to after-hours training sessions and stuff like that. So,
any commissioners have any questions of?
On that franchise, are you just the principal broker, or does it?
It is not a
Brian
franchise. It's a corporately owned office, and so I am the principal broker. I'm an employee of the corporation. Yeah.
And how many years has that been? You said since it was opened.
Since about 6 months after it opened. 3 years ago, I did take a break for about a year where I just went back to focus on sales and then came back to it. So I've been the principal broker there, you know, like I said, with a year break. This last time coming up on 3 years, and it was about 3 years prior to that before I took the break. So,
Okay, so you've been a principal broker for about 6 years.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So my notes show the company's name is Crylike South. Mm-hmm. Is that different than Crylike that I hear everywhere across the state?
It is, and it's not. Crylike has several entities. The Crylike that you guys are probably most familiar with here in Nashville is owned by Cry-like, the regular Cry-like. Cry-like South is more Chattanooga, East Tennessee, that area. So it's a kind of a separation in the corporation, but it's all the same family of companies. Yeah.
So your signs say Cry-like? They don't say Cry-like South?
No, they say Cry-like.
Okay.
Is Maxwell, how is he licensed? How is that firm licensed?
The firm is licensed, I believe it's, well, Kelly will look it up and get the exact licensing name, just to make sure that we...
Depends on, is he doing is it
She's
DBA?
going to make sure exactly what it says in RBS.
This is leading into another topic later this morning. Nothing personal, okay, at this point.
Yeah, that's right. Don't panic.
There's something else we're looking at.
Son. They don't
Yeah,
want
I do.
anything about you getting your license.
Mr. Dowell's thinking, what are y'all talking about?
Where that ship was going, did you?
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Moore, how long have you lived in Cookville?
I actually live in Crossville right now.
Okay.
I own property in Putnam County, and I'm kind of trying to make the move. One of my first things I'm going to do, assuming I get licenses, I'm going to list the house that I own now, and so and then try to make the move to Cookville.
Are you going to try to sell it for sale by owner?
No. Well, I hope not.
I can
Anyway.
answer that for you. No, he's not.
The reason I was asking this is that I spent 4 years at the hub of the Upper Cumberland. I graduated from Tennessee Tech.
Did you?
And I spent 4 years up there getting my
Yeah, we don't need
degree. I know. Y'all are looking for something. I mean, where you look? She's done. I'm just trying to kill time. You want to take up this space while Kelly looks up what you wanted her to look up?
Mr.
Well,
Moore,
I think we
Mr.
can
Moore,
go-
why are you getting out of the contracting business? Oh, you're not?
I'm
Okay.
not. I'm going to maintain my construction company.
Okay.
It's licensed on RBS as Cry-like South doing business, Cry-like South Inc. doing business as Cry-like.
That had nothing to do with you.
Does anybody have any other questions of Mr. Moore, the applicant, or his principal broker?
I make a
Judge
motion,
Dowell?
we approve Mr. Moore to get his real estate career started.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner DeShara, seconded by Commissioner Collins. We approve this applicant to be able to get their license. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Dye, it might be interesting for you to sit and listen to the next conversation that's going on.
Kind of
And
know
then you'll
why.
know about
Why he asked the
Cry-like
question.
South.
Okay.
Because we got some hot buttons we're about to push.
Yeah, you might find this interesting. Before y'all leave, just sit for about 45 minutes or an hour.
Thank you,
Two
by the
hours.
way.
So much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, go forth and do good.
Thank you so much.
Next on our agenda,
I have one
All
more
right.
question before they leave.
okay.
Sir, is that Cry-Lite South doing business as Cry-Lite a separate corporation from Cry-Lite?
Yes, I believe it is.
I believe you are.
Miss
Don't
Maxwell, you're next on the agenda.
Next is advertising, which is obviously why they asked you those questions. And last month, the commission, I guess, adopted as a proposed guideline for signage, the font size, the following: licensees may not post signs on any property advertising themselves as real estate agents unless the firm's name appears thereon in letters the same size or larger than those spelling out the name of the licensee, as the agent name cannot be any larger than the smallest font of the company name on any sign which is on property, including billboards. This includes signs advertising agents as well as specific property. And so that's what the commission, that's what you all decided last month, just to sort of refresh your memories. So this month, I believe that teams were going to be one of the focuses, and we decided it was easier to put it up on the board up there instead of having you have to flip through your iPads. And there are a number of ads that I've put together that resemble ads that various commissioners have sent me, or some that we've just come across. And so this particular one, Newport Village, this is a little infill, like an infill in the city development. And this is a sign. And so this is a group of, you can see there's an architect, a builder, and then a real estate, Benson Cobb Real Estate. And you'll see that person's contact information. The affiliate broker in this situation's name, the license, is in the name of Benson Cobb Norton. So that's just part of the person's name. That licensee is affiliated with Grouse Crow Realty, doing business as Durango Properties, which is nowhere on the sign. And so it would appear that Benson Cobb Real Estate is operating totally independent of the firm that this person, Benson Cobb Norton, is affiliated with. And this is actually based on a ad. I mean, like a true person has true ad, but these are fake names and all. But anyway, this is an ad very similar to an ad that's actually out there right now. So this is not exactly a team. This is someone who's operating without the name of the firm at all on their sign. And if you were to look at it, I guess you wouldn't really know who you're dealing with. And I don't know if you want to kind of look through all the ads together. I mean, like at one time, like kind of go through them all and then discuss them. So the next one.
Ms. Maxwell,
Yes.
just out of curiosity, where's area code 597?
I just made it up. I don't know.
Okay.
I tried to get one that may not even be real, to tell you the truth. This next one is a situation where you've got the two licensees, and they've got this for sale, and then you see the Borson Properties, and the real estate name is tiny, and then theirs is a little bigger, and their names are obviously the largest part. The licensed firm name is Grouse Crow Realty, doing business as Durango Properties, and Abe and Joe Borson are affiliate brokers working as a husband and wife team for Grouse Crow Realty. Borson Properties is an unlicensed entity, and the firm name is smaller. So that's the next one, and then the next one, you see that they're the two licensees, and the firm name is at the top. Then you have the Busy Wanson and Abe Borson team putting the reel in real estate, and you see their website and the phone number. And then the next one, we're getting progressively less mention of the firm. The next one, you see that it's got the Busy Wanson Abe Borson team putting the reel in real estate, and just their names and their phone numbers. Nothing replaces experience. No mention of the firm name. They're both affiliates, and there's no mention of the phone name, and there's no phone number. And then the
Ms.
next,
Maxwell,
yes.
you made the comment that these are actually taken from real signs, and you just changed the names.
Well, I actually would take features from various signs so that hopefully no one would recognize
But there's no logos or anything
No.
as far as the company on any of these?
No, there's not. I mean, so these are, that's why they sort of show a progression, because some of them do have that, and then some of them just have nothing, so that you can tell nothing. The next one is another one with For Lease, JQ Realty Super Team, Number One Real Estate Group, and then this is the number of JQ, Joe JQ Quinn. And then he's got his website and lease. There's no firm name. This is an affiliate of a firm, and there's no firm name and no firm phone number, and the phone number is the cell phone of the affiliated licensee. The next one this is more of a website situation that you see, and I don't know whether you want to stick with the signs first or you want to get to the websites, but this the websites where it's a team website. And you can't, some don't have the name, or some have the name of the firm really, really small. Some don't have it on every page, the name of the firm, which is required by the rule. This is a website that then takes you to another firm which is not licensed. This is not a licensed firm. This is just the team. If you go to where it says Purdy Farm LLC, that takes you to another website that's also sells and leases property and buys it, and that's not licensed. And then that one takes you to yet a third one that is also not licensed.
It's a website or sign.
This is a website. This is a kind of a combination website. That's why I said, so I sort of, like it sort of spills over into that. And that's why I didn't know if you wanted to stick with the signs or kind of go into the websites or.
I'd suggest we stick with signs right now.
Okay, because so these are the signs that kind of show the progression of the way, different ways that people advertise and, their relation or not relation, showing the firm and whether the firm name is as it's licensed with us, whether the person's name is as licensed with us. Frequently the person, as a matter of fact, there's one sign that we had where neither the husband nor the wife's first name was the way their license was issued by TRED. So
Totally new name? First name?
first name, I mean, it was
It's licensed as Joyce and they used Peggy?
Joanne. Yeah, it was. We have a person with a last name who's done the same thing. They just decided they'd get a new last name.
So I think last month this commission, as it relates to signs, said that an agent's name could be no larger than the company's smallest font.
Correct.
We didn't address, you showed us one example here of two agents' names on the same sign.
Right.
Back to that.
It's just,
These are signs.
Is that the one you're talking about? Or
No, it's the
this
one with that, the double numbers, wasn't it?
well, I just want to, here's
There's
my,
one with two agents.
just as a little housekeeping from last month, we were only considering one agent on a sign, one agent's name on a sign. If there are two agents' names on a sign, we ought to be clear about what size those should be. Should each one of them be no larger than the smallest font?
Doesn't one of them, one's violating, one's not, if you're going to have one to reduce it and the other not to.
Well, I don't think there's any question the way the law's written that
Everybody's the same size,
everybody's name's got to be smaller than the
smallest font.
smallest font of the company name.
Okay, then we've got that clear, right? I think
Pretty clear to me.
I think that's fine.
It's clear to me that it means all advertising.
We may get to that. Let's talk about signs for just a second.
All right.
So here's what I'm trying to get to. I've got two questions about this. One of them, do we also believe that the name of the company should be on the sign as registered with the Tennessee Real Estate Commission, the DBA? Is that right?
Absolutely.
The DBA.
Or the firm name. Or, either part of it.
Well, it has to be on the sign, whatever they're doing business as, correct?
DBA Cry-Like, so
Right.
I think you could put Cry-Like South Inc. or Cry-Like on there, either one.
He could use his DBA because that's what he's he registered that.
I'm just trying to see if we have a standard that says one or the other always, or could either one of them be used?
But
I think,
That would be
I don't think you could
confusing.
just use
I
the.
think this, if we may, and this man's here, this broker's here, I think it'd be easy to determine how you're going to handle that particular situation about the Cry-Like South, or how you're going to handle it.
Well, I think pretty much, like with our franchises, we have to have a corporate ownership of some type, an LLC or an S-Corp or something that owns our franchise, and we're all DBA as Exit whatever, Realty of the South or Exit Select Realty or whatever. Nobody, if I put my corporate name on my signs out there, would have a clue who to contact. So I think it's clear that it's got to be the DBA, because that's the only way that the consumer's going to have to make a connection.
Well, if you were trying to hide something and do something where you would use possibly your corporate name. I mean, and I can see, but you're not devious, but I'm thinking other people might be. So looks like to me, I didn't.
Stop it over there.
We ought to specify what should be used.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's got to be the DBA. Otherwise, if you look it up in the phone book, you got to be able to find that company.
But I think the reason for the rule is that if somebody has a complaint, whether it's against XYZ Corporation or the DBA Exit Realty, whenever they call Trek, if the sign said XYZ Inc., well, we've got that in the record, right? I mean, Eve, if they called and they said, whether they asked for the actual name of the corporation or the DBA name, we've got both of them in the system, right?
We do have both of them in the system. What we usually tell people is you have to use the whole name, like with the first name and the DBA, or just the DBA.
Say that last part one more time.
What we've traditionally told people is you have to use the whole name, so that they would use like Crye-Leike South Inc., DBA Crye-Leike, or they could just use Crye-Leike because that is their DBA.
I like South Inc. by itself.
Right, correct.
Which makes sense to me.
Right, that's what we've told people thus far tonight.
So, along those same lines, Eve, when I go to the website and look up a company's name, the field's not large enough to tell me what the DBA name is.
That's right, it's not, but the new system will be.
Well, when's that going to be in place?
Well, I spent 3 days last week talking about meeting with the people, and it was supposed to be ready November of 2014.
Oh, wow.
I just meant it will be able to do that. You're right, on ours currently, if it's very long at all, the DBA gets cut off.
So can we but Kelly can get in there and see what the real DBA is?
She can get in there in the note field and see what the DBA is, yes.
So if not picking on this company, but if we went to Knoxville and just looked up Keller Williams, would each of those companies have a DBA after Keller Williams?
Some of them just say like Keller, they don't all have, they don't happen to all have a DBA. Some of them have their name as part of the Keller, like they'll have Keller Williams. They don't have a commercial division, but if they did, like Keller Williams Commercial, and they don't have a DBA. But by and large, most of them have like Keller Williams, the Dream Team, doing business as the Dream Team, and, whatever their other names are. Like some of them, you can pull up our list of firm names, and you'll see, say, Century 21, or C21, however they have it listed. They have like all these Century 21s, and then their DBAs we can see, over here if I run a list of the firms. Or you go on the downloadable reports and do a license search on the downloadable reports, you can see that.
So it sounds like we may have consensus that the DBA at least has to show up on the sign.
Right.
It could be the full name plus the DBA, but at least the DBA has to show up. Is that?
I disagree with that.
You do? Well, that's good. If you don't have the DBA but have the as registered with the Secretary of State, you're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. But that's just my opinion.
What? Say that again?
My opinion would be that you could either have the corporate name as registered with the Secretary of State, or you could have the DBA name. Either one, I think, constitutes the firm name and would be something that you all could find them under if somebody wanted to file a complaint.
So that if you were like Keller Williams, the Dream Team, you could just advertise just strictly under Keller Williams or strictly under the Dream Team.
Then I think that's what we're trying to get away from, is because, especially with franchises, you've got probably 100 Keller Williamses throughout the state. So if they can all advertise as just Keller Williams, you don't have a clue which Keller Williams that is.
What rules do we have, or if any, about firm names and similarity between firm names?
We have a policy that the Commission adopted, I want to say in like 2005 or 4, that basically says that you can't have two firms that have similarly confusing or identical names.
That should take care of it.
And that's, it's sort of a subjective, and most of the time we let them. Hopefully, it's determined by the Secretary of State's office if that's the case, and we don't, have to face that issue.
Right, because the Secretary of State won't issue a certificate of authority to a corporation that has a substantially similar name to another corporation that's already registered.
Right, I don't know if it's a franchise, what their approach to that is. I don't have any idea.
But you're going to have to use their DBA in order to identify which Keller Williams it is. Because if they're all just registered as Keller Williams, DBA, Keller Williams, the Dream Team, you're going to have that DBA name on the sign in order to know which Keller Williams it is.
I think that they would be registered as, if there's, this gentleman, not to pick on him, but he said there's a Cry-like Inc., let's say, that was the organization here in Middle Tennessee, and then they created a Cry-like South Inc. that's over in East Tennessee, and so that's going to be the name of the corporation. Now, Cry-like South Inc. maybe DBA Cry-like because they want to continue that brand, but there are two separate firm names there, and that's what's going to be registered with the Secretary of State. So, like in your situation, you're talking about Keller Williams, DBA, whatever. I don't think it would ever be set up that way. I think it would be Keller Williams LLC, or it could be, the next one down the street may be Keller Williams West LLC or something like that. I don't think they're ever just going to be Keller Williams DBA, the Dream Team, because they're going to have a corporate entity. That's what the name that's going to be on the before the DBA.
There are, maybe it'd be easier if I brought like one of the printouts that show the list, like when you see the running list of the names to see, say for Exit or Century 21 or Keller, so you can sort of see that running list of the names and how the DBAs go, and then how the main name is set up, so that like on any of our printouts we have. I'm talking about the big printouts where you say, like, if we run a list of people who are firms who have people who are uninsured, or firms where they're located, you can see all those together, and sort of see how they are. I'm not sure they all distinguish between the, like the corporate name, but I can bring that so that might clarify at least that part of that, and answer Austin, or address Austin's question or concern too, because that way you can look at that. Would that be easier? I can bring that back after lunch, or.
But there's one thing I'd like to just make a point. There's one thing that we need to keep in mind. We need to ensure that when a member of the public, one of the 5.5 million people who live in this state, when they look at a sign, they know who that company is and who they're dealing with. That's what we need to keep in mind. If it takes putting the DBA so they will definitively know when you've got 4 Cry-like offices in one town, that they'll know what office and what company they're dealing with.
And I think that's what the key is. It's not like in my area where you've got one Exit office and one Caldwell Banker and one Century 21, but it's like when you get to Nashville and Knoxville, when you've got 6 Cry-like offices, 8 Keller Williams offices, 4 Caldwell Banker offices. You've got to know which one it belongs to.
Well, in theory, we're going to have a company's phone number on any piece of advertisement, whether it's a sign or otherwise.
Theory.
Hey, some signs with the
Microphone.
So they're in violation. I understand that, but the question is, I'm going to operate from the position that people list with a company, not with an individual or a team. And so the company is responsible for that listing and ought to be easily identified. So, for instance, if there's a Century 21 franchise in Knoxville, it's a franchise, and so it's doing business as Century 21 something. And that needs to be on there, I think, with the office phone number. And for the most part, that happens.
Okay, let's use me for an example with my corporate name. My corporate name is MYPD LLC. Now, there is no way anybody is going to make that connection to Exit Select Realty.
DBA is Exit Select.
My DBA is Exit Select Realty.
But if somebody called the real estate commission and asked, I saw this listing from MYPD LLC, would we be able to type that into the computer and it would pop up that we would know who that is?
Yeah, they would. But as far as a consumer being able to look it up in the phone book and make a call to it, if the number wasn't on the sign, they couldn't do that.
You're saying what sets you out is the select word, exit select.
Right.
The select part is you picked that up, it didn't come from
Right.
Exit Corporation.
Right. And that's the same way Century 21, the Remaxes, and all the franchise names are. I just think if you've got your corporate name on there and you're a DBA, I think both names have to be on the sign or just your DBA name. I think just your corporate name on the sign is not identifiable enough for the public.
One thing for sure, in my opinion, is that it's going to take some time to do this. I think that we need, if we're going to pursue this, and it's my feeling that the majority of this commission wants to follow and pursue this and to clean it up, straighten it up, that you certainly need to give these companies a period of time to get their house in order. Will that be 6 months or 9 months? That you've got that period of time, and after that, then we will start filing complaints. But if I've got I'm going to be a lot of folks irritated anyway. But I'd be awfully irritated myself if I'd give about $10,000 for a sign, billboard sign, and you tell me I need to take it down in the next 10 days or 30 days. It just doesn't. That does not need to happen.
And you can go further, too, because people are buying domain names. I mean, there's lots of money put into advertising, lots and lots of money.
So, but my point is, I'm not talking about domain names and things on the internet right now. All we're talking about is billboard signs and your stationery and those type things. I think that we need to. Certainly needs to be some identification. It's certainly, for sure, one of the first things that needs to happen is when you take these folks that's advertising like this, that you cannot tell who they're working for. You think they're running their own company. It's got to change.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a motion that, as it relates to signage, that this commission adopt a policy that says, at a minimum, the DBA needs to be on all signage.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Grease and seconded by Commissioner DeShara that the DBA, the full identification of the firm, be on that sign. Have a motion and a second. Now discussion.
Call for question.
Question has been called. Hearing no discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Now,
6 ayes and 1 no.
I want to make a comment about what Commissioner Alexander just said about giving these people 6 months or so to correct the problem. On yard signs that maybe have the company name and the agent name is a half-inch larger than the company name, I agree. Give them 6 months to fix things. But on these signs like this, where the company name's not on it, they're in clear violation. There has never been anything that said they could advertise without the company name or phone number. I think they need to be fined immediately.
Is that a comment?
That's a comment.
Okay, comment. That's not a motion. That's
All right.
a comment.
So, can we go to another topic, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
When you all made that motion, I heard someone say, or at least I jotted it down and I could have taken it down wrong. You said as it relates to signage, at a minimum, the DBA must be included. We have an advertising rule, 1260.02.12, and subsection 2B of that says that all advertising shall be under the direct supervision of the principal broker and shall list the firm name and telephone number. I'm wondering if it might, this could include magazine ads, newspaper ads. I'm wondering if you all want to clarify that as this is a motion interpreting when we say firm name, we mean this must include.
I think since we voted on the other motion, it'll take a second motion to do that.
I
Would you
just
make
didn't know
that,
if
John?
you wanted to address both.
That's a great point. Thank you.
I agree.
So,
You make the
I'll-
motion, I'll second.
I'll move that this commission adopt a policy, the interpretation of all.
And if we could just do this in the form of a motion, a clarification of your own rule instead of a policy. Our policies really can't affect the public, but we can notify them that the commission has made this interpretation of their rule. When we say firm name, this is what we mean.
But now, that's in the code, right? What you're
It's
reading?
in your own rules, and you
Yeah.
all have the right to interpret your rules. So
That's
I'm
what
thinking
says
by
policy,
motion,
we'll
you
do
can
it
say
by
we're
rule.
interpreting our rule. When we say firm name, we mean this.
That's my motion as stated by our counsel, Mr. Chairman. The intent of what you just said is my motion.
Okay.
I second it.
Motion by Commissioner Grease and second by Commissioner Collins is to interpret our policy that we have to include rules, excuse me.
And
The
it's
rule,
Rule 1260.02.12, and then it's 2B, talking about all advertising containing the firm name and telephone number.
The
This
fir-
would be clarifying the meaning of firm name.
and you, intent of your motion, Commissioner Grease, would be to include the DBA,
Yes, at a minimum.
the firm name as on record with the commission.
Now, I want to ask,
Could I ask
Like-
one question
Yes,
about that?
we're under discussion, Commissioner McMullen.
And you're talking about any use of the phrase firm name in Rule 1262.12. Is that right? Because it's under
Well, I
Part
didn't know
4.
we've gotten to internet advertising yet, so I
Okay.
thought we were wanting to strictly stick to signs
Okay.
and, print advertising for now. I didn't
Okay.
know that you wanted to extend that. That's why I just pointed to that subsection.
Okay.
that was going to be my question, if it addresses the internet advertising also, do you think that rule, or that covers that also?
If you all would like to include that in the motion, you can. I just thought we had not yet moved on to internet advertising, and I thought we could do that by two separate motions interpreting two separate subsections. It's up to you all. If you want to say within this rule, when we say firm name, we mean that at a minimum this must include the DBA. It's up to you to interpret your rules in that manner. I just didn't know that you wanted to move on to internet advertising. at this
It's
point.
such a good point you make. I think this refers to all advertising. And so
I agree
my
with
motion hopefully will reflect all
Okay,
advertising.
I just wanted to be clear.
While you're there, you just want to take care of it. Take care of it in these motions.
So within the entire advertising.
Entire advertising.
All the commissioners understand that the intent of Commissioner Grease's motion was to include all advertising to the public, would include the firm name plus their DBA name.
Oh, that's not it.
At a minimum, they're DBA.
At a minimum, their DBA. Okay.
So I can just put on my signs Exit Select Realty. I don't have to put on my signs NYPD, LLC, DBA, Exit Select Realty, but I could if I wanted to.
Okay, we've already voted on that motion. Everybody understands?
Got a second one though, then now you've got,
Yeah.
but I mean, we've got a second motion. I'm not talking about a second to the motion.
You made that second motion.
Yes. The motion was to interpret our policy, our rule, as it relates to advertising, to include all advertising, with, as a minimum, a company or a firm being identified by its DBA. That was the motion.
And
then you
Grover
go back,
seconded it.
and this was covered last month, but to be sure that everybody understands it, that the affiliates of these team names have to be smaller than the smallest font in the firm name.
For example, if Janet included her corporate name in her DBA, but her corporate name was smaller, the affiliate name needs to be smaller than her corporate name even.
Has to be smallest than the...
Same size or smaller.
Same size or smaller, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay,
Now,
that
wait,
that
just-
commission, let's see, if I get on the record, the motion was just made by Commissioner Grease and second by Commissioner Collins, and now we're discussing that motion. Commissioner Alexander?
Well, I go back to this time period to get all this straightened up. I don't think you can run out here and start penalizing everybody in the next 24 hours. I'd be opposed to that.
I'm not recommending that. Right now, we're
But
just
but what I'm trying to do, though, Commissioner, is I want to put a date to that.
Well, I'm all about putting a date to everything at some point.
All right, you gonna do that later? Okay, call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Let the record show it's 6 ayes and 1 nay. Commissioner Grease.
All right, so I'd like to bring up another topic and see, we're making progress today, and see about this, or let's have a discussion about the concept of having team names in addition to company names, and what this commission...
Can we have a team break?
You have to ask the chair. I don't have authority to break.
It's 5 after 10. Let's take a short 10-minute break.
A team break.
We're not licensed with the state.
I'm just asking a question.
At this time, I would like to deviate from our agenda just for a second and call on Robin Ryan, who wants to address the commission at this time. Ms. Ryan.
Good morning, I guess, although it looks like afternoon to me. I'm here because I'm at the request of the parties involved tomorrow morning. And please understand, I can't give you great detail because it's not before you yet, but let me explain that tomorrow morning you have before you an issue of a summary suspension. I just spoke right 2 minutes or a minute prior to your break to the attorney representing the two parties involved tomorrow, who indicated that the individual has now a neurologic appointment in the morning and has requested that this issue be heard at 1:30 as opposed to 9 a.m. so that he could be back to participate. I told the attorney that I would come and ask formally your opinion. I explained that it was already scheduled and that many of you came from out of town. But I wanted to put it before you and give you an opportunity to formally decide on that particular issue so I can formally report back to the attorney.
If you want to poll the commissioners, you can start with me. I can't be here at 1:30 tomorrow.
I can't either.
It's 3 that won't be here. Our quorum just went out the door.
You have 4. Is that, oh, you have 9. You're right, that's not a quorum. Okay, can you please put that on the record, and would you mind doing a formal vote so that indeed it is correct in my representation to the attorney?
Let me ask you this, Ms. Ryan. Is this something that could be heard next month?
Well, a summary suspension, which I will be explaining tomorrow, is an issue that has arisen that gives us pause enough to consider whether it is in the benefit of the public and the immediate need of the benefit of the public to do a summary suspension of a license pending a further hearing. It has to do with the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So if we were to present this at another matter, the immediate need probably would be undermined by the fact that we took an extra month to have the matter heard.
How long has this individual known that this is scheduled?
Well, this is a new thing. It's only been scheduled a little over a week ago. And let me explain again the summary suspension process. I can do this on the record. When an issue arises concerning a licensee and there is a question of the immediate need for a summary suspension, there are 2 processes that can be pursued. One, and a summary suspension is immediately granted without being presented to the Commissioner Board after it's been determined by the program. But that requires an informal hearing to be set within 7 days. 2, a summary suspension issue can be presented in an informal matter before the Commission as soon as possible. And that's the section of the code we are traveling under this week, so that the determination would be up to the commission about whether or not it was appropriate in this particular matter.
Then I assume the show will go on whether he's here or she's here or not.
Well,
You present your case.
It's not a case. It's not a question of my presenting a case, because this is an informal
Or present the
conference.
facts.
I will present what I have. If he is not here, I imagine that if you grant a summary suspension, then probably, to be sure that we follow the law in the best way possible, we will then have to have an informal meeting or a formal meeting within about 7 days if it's granted without him being here.
Could he do it, could we move it to this afternoon? Or even earlier in the day tomorrow?
My understanding is that these two, that the respondent is from Clarksville, and that the meeting with the doctor is in the morning tomorrow. I don't know if it could be presented this afternoon. I can ask that, but it would be, I imagine it would be difficult for the attorney to be able to reschedule and get here for this afternoon. I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's not something we considered.
For discussion, I make a motion that we proceed on in the morning as scheduled.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander and seconded by Commissioner Haynes that we have this informal conference in the morning as scheduled.
I'd like to perhaps amend that, or at least offer the respondents an opportunity. I would suggest this commission amend its agenda this afternoon. If there's a possibility they could get here this afternoon, we could hear it today. Otherwise,
I'll accept that.
I'll vote for your motion.
I accept that. There's a friendly addition to my motion.
Motion as amended is that we continue, we have at 9 o'clock in the morning the informal conference, or if Ms. Ryan can have these individuals, the two attorneys plus the individual Gary Griffey here this afternoon, we'll amend our agenda. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
I will call the attorney and inform him of your decision and let you know if anything changes. Thank you.
I have one other question. If we hear it without them, then we've got 7 days. Does that mean this whole body has to reconvene?
That means the whole body has to reconvene. That can be done partly by electronic means, perhaps, but it would be the body who would have to reconvene. Some of it. There's a question again on all of that as well. On the summary suspension, it would be, this is a very unique area of the law that involves two important factors: a person's property right and immediately revoke or taking away that property right because of the needs of and protection of the public. So it's very narrow and very unusual, and the process isn't as exact as we'd like it to be, but we have done a summary suspension with partially appearance by telephone. We have done them, although not the entire commission appeared by telephone. But if the need for electronic meeting were sufficient, we probably could do it that way as well, if we could get it done within 7 days.
Got sunshine law and posting and all the stuff
Well,
that
that's
we've got to do.
again, the emergency immediate need on the telephone issue about whether or not it would serve on the electronic and whether or not. And those are all issues I can't give an absolute answer to because I don't have them.
One other question. A lot of times we've been allowed to assign this to the AG's office. Could we do that on this situation?
No. The statute says the agency makes the determination, or it is made by the program and the agency then has to review the determination.
I think anybody have any other questions or comments to Ms. Ryan regarding this situation? Hearing none, we'll continue on with our agenda. And I think we're still talking about advertising.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did recognize me, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
I thought you did. So, I asked Kelly during the break, we've put this particular sign up before, and since we've discussed it, and it's a real sign, I think this guy's probably got immunity, so it's probably okay that we can just use this as a real example. And I'd like to talk with the commission about this notion of team names or branding names. In this particular example, real life, on each sign that Chris has, he puts a Barnes Commercial Real Estate, Inc. on his signage. And at this point, I don't think there's anything that prohibits him from doing that, but it could be any number of real estate signs. Many of you have seen team names across the state that, frankly, in my opinion, dominate the advertising at the expense of the firm name. And so I thought we might have a discussion today about team names, branding names, and perhaps we could start off with Ms. Maxwell just giving us a little bit of background on what other states have done or how it's handled from the research that she's worked on.
When you, I think every state is facing the same issues as far as teams go, and the desire of the teams to build their own identity for marketing purposes. And the several states that have issued guidelines, much like the Commission is trying to do right now, pretty universally have said that team advertising can't include words such as realty, real estate, company, corporation, corp, Inc., LLC, or other similar language that would indicate a company other than the employing broker firm, so that you can't have a team that looks as if it truly is an entity unto itself. Most of the states also say that the firm name, as licensed with the Real Estate Commission, has to be the most prominent name that you see, so that if you're driving by and you see a sign, what catches your eye is the name of the firm as opposed to the name of the team. And so they haven't been specific as far as font size. It's just it has to be prominent, and that seems to be the language that's used in the example they give is driving by, and what catches your eye is you see a sign. I think that most of the states have found that if it doesn't have a firm name on it, it's misleading pretty much per se, and that the whole point is to protect the public, and if they can't tell who what the firm is, the people with whom they're dealing, and that's not what's first and foremost on the sign, then that would constitute misrepresentation and misleading and deceptive advertising. And that's some of the states have recognized teams, and then some of them, like the article that Commissioner Grease had given us last month in California, they have tried, and Illinois has tried, to have teams registered with the Commission, but the firm registers the team, which almost defeats the purpose of what the individuals on the team are trying to do, which is build a brand for themselves apart from the firm. So that I don't know that that's worked real well. It hasn't. Most of the states that have tried that have only done it in the last couple of years, so I don't really know the success that they've had. I think that those are primarily the things, and most of it applies to all advertising, not just signage. They apply it to all advertising where teams are related, whether it's a card or a sign or internet.
Thank you. So it seems to me that we've got two issues to talk about. One is the size of the team or branding that in any advertisement related to the firm name, whether it should be larger, smaller, equal. That's a discussion we can have. And secondly, do we want to follow the lead of other states who have said you can have teams, but there are certain words you can't have in your advertising related to your team name? And so those are two things hopefully we can spend a little time talking about today, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I don't know why, as a team, that we should waver from the name of their team being larger than the company name. I think that the team name, if they want to be a team, should still be the same size or smaller than the company name.
Do you want specifically the smallest font in the company name or the company name?
The smallest font in the company. Well, now we're talking capital letters as opposed to small letters, but if it's capital E, then nothing can be larger than that capital E.
What you saying, Chris Barnes' name ought to be smaller than this right here?
At least that size or
But
smaller.
we've made that determination. That Chris Barnes' name needs to be the same font size as the word associates, right? But now we're talking about Barnes Commercial Real Estate Inc.
But that's not a firm name.
No.
It's just a team name, and I don't think that team name should take precedence over the company name.
So are you saying it should be the same size as the word associates?
I am.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to get...
What's
Or
his real,
smaller.
what's his real name? Somebody tell me what
The
his
real name isn't on there.
Yeah.
The
Is it-
real
is the
name
real
is
name-
this right here.
No, it's
No.
not.
Is it Barnes DBA Realty
It's
Executives?
Realty Executives Associates, Inc.
But Barnes is not anywhere, not part of
And
his name at
commercial
all.
division's not anything.
We're not talking. We ain't got to divisions yet. I want to complicate the topic, but right now that's another issue we'll need to talk about.
So Associates, Inc. is the company name. It's Realty Executives Associates, Inc. So Associates,
Barnes is
Inc.
just something he came up to identify
Yeah, that's his
himself.
team name
Or his brand.
or his brand.
His brand, okay.
So back to Janice. I don't think it's a motion. Just wanted to talk about it for a little bit. The question is, should Barnes Commercial Real Estate Inc. have some size parameter to it? And you're suggesting it ought to be the same size parameter as the individual agent's name?
What do you call Barnes Commercial Real Estate Inc.?
Team name or branding.
He's just trying to brand himself.
But how do we define whatever that is so that it encompasses what we're talking about? Because we could say, okay, team names cannot be bigger than firm name. Okay, let's say that was the rule we adopted. Well, then tomorrow somebody is going to start saying, well, that's not my team name, that's my division name. And so then we'll come back and adopt a rule that says division names can't be larger than firm name. Then they'll come back the next day and they'll say, well, that's not my division name or my team name, that's my something else. So how do you define this in a way that you capture this and not end up just like the dog chasing its tail?
I think you're just going to have to say there should be no name on the sign larger than the company name.
Well, even if it wasn't, the Barnes Commercial Real Estate, that's not, they ought to be a licensed company with the state of Tennessee,
But they're not.
but they're not.
Well, they're probably licensed.
I just want to remind all y'all, when you talk,
It's kind of hard to talk and look.
Commissioner McMullen, I want to applaud you and congratulate you. You do better than anybody on this commission. You lean into that microphone when you have something to say, and everybody hears you, and it's on the record. And Wendell, he hides over there in the corner, and Michelle, y'all get up there on those microphones when you talk.
You'll get back over here that side of me, I'll straighten you up a minute.
What about some of these signs that Eve showed us earlier? It said, putting the real in real estate. That's like their slogan or something.
It is.
Would we say that the slogan has to be smaller than the firm name, too?
Good point.
Well, we could approach this from a different perspective to start with. We could talk, as some of these states have done, of saying certain words can't appear in your advertising, like real estate and associates.
Realty, realtor, associate.
I'm not sure that solves anything, but at least it gives some guidance as to what an agent can do. I mean, for instance, Barnes Commercial Real Estate, if we'd said you can't put the word real estate in a team name, that would take care of it.
Until he printed a new sign that just said Barnes Commercial.
Yeah.
Division.
Yep. So we're trying to give guidance here.
And I think the direction that some of the other states have come from in creating guidelines is in your advertising rule, there is a subsection stating that no licensee shall advertise in a false, misleading, or deceptive manner. you could say, these are the types of things we consider misleading, and we could maybe go from it from that angle. Because otherwise, I think we would have to make some kind of rule revision. We can't piggyback on this statute because it's just talking about the licensee's name being smaller than the firm name, and none of these teams, divisions, whatever you call them, are recognized by the Broker Act. So I think we'd have to go at this from an angle of clarifying that the commission finds the following misleading, or
we would have to adopt a new rule.
or we would have to work with this rule. And like you said, it's going to be ironing out some of these terms, because I see your point in that there's a number of things you could call them. So
This phone number that's on this sign, where does that phone number go to?
His office.
So that is the office phone number?
Yes. But I don't want you to get confused with phone numbers right now.
Well, I just, my question was, as I was trying to look at this from a consumer standpoint and figure out what company it actually was, and so at least if I called the phone number, I would get a company. So that does help.
So, Julie, would you read that again, though? False, misleading, what was all that again?
the advertising rule 1262.12 that's entitled advertising, subsection 2E says, no licensee shall advertise in a false, misleading, or deceptive manner. I think the angle that some of these other states have come from in developing guidelines for the time being, without having to change this rule to set all these things out, is to say we find the following misleading. That's what we could do for now, or we can work at changing this rule to outline this. That would, again, give plenty of time for notice and things of that nature. I'm just saying, if we're going to connect it back to something, I think we're going to have a hard time connecting it to the statute because it specifies the licensee's name and the firm name, and these don't really fall under that.
I think we need to pursue and continue on using the deceptive advertising like you're discussing there, and if that doesn't clear it up, then we'll go back into the rules making and change it from there. I would hope that this would send the message that it's got to stop.
Well, but we've got to give them some guidelines.
True.
And I'm using my friend Chris Barnes here as an example. What do you find anything misleading about that sign?
Everything.
Well, let's see. If we can be specific about what you find misleading or deceptive, then I think that's what we can incorporate.
Commissioner Grace, is he still your friend?
As opposed to you? We're sitting directly across from each other.
Since our last meeting, I had several calls. They understood about the name, but what about the phone number? Can the phone number be real big? Can it be bigger than the firm's number?
Well, let's don't get confused on the phone number, but we can get to it.
I think Eve answered the question for me, though. That's kind of deceptive.
Okay, on this one, what's deceptive about it to me, John, is the Barnes Commercial Real Estate, Inc. appears to look like the company name. That appears to be who I would look for if I was looking for this company.
So, if you were going to correct that, what would your recommendation be?
To put that under his name and it be smaller than the company name. Or leave it off.
Well, you move realty exec to the top, and you move Barnes and all this other to the bottom, and you get it smaller than the smallest font.
Right.
And you'll be, and you pull off the commercial division if you want to get into that, or if you want to leave that off.
So, are you saying, is your recommendation that any team name can't be any larger than the firm's name?
That is my recommendation.
Get the verbiage, but you got to shrink it down to at least the company's name?
I just don't think anything should be larger that's related to the licensee. Their team name, their division name, whatever they want to call it, should not be larger than the company name.
Why don't we just say anything
still
on the sign not larger than the company name?
If it's small, even if it's smaller, it's still misleading.
Because of because of the words in the name?
Because of the words.
So we had a size issue and we got verbiage issue.
Yes, sir.
And if
I'm
we-
not sure the verbiage is not worse than the size.
Well, hey, Eve, what were some of those specific words Stacy said you can't put your team name?
They were, well, let's see if I find that. Oh,
she
I was
looking
going to look
that
at that. No, they were Realty, Real Estate, Company, Corporation, Inc., LLC, or similar language that would indicate a company other than the employing brokerage firm. So that's, right.
How many folks in the audience belong to a team or a member of a team? Raise your hand. Anybody? Or are you going to admit it?
to admit it.
Nobody going to admit it. One. Okay.
Like in Maryland, it says the name, in their guidelines says the name of the team may not contain terms that would lead the public to believe that the team is offering real estate brokerage services independent of the real estate brokerage. And so they use the terms real estate brokerage, realty as well.
So maybe we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. That was Maryland?
That was actually, I read you Colorado and Maryland, and then like Louisiana. Most of the states that have talked about this have said basically the same, listed the same sort of names that they think indicate a separate firm.
But you coming back with us a recommendation next month?
Do that. Did they speak to the size of the advertising for?
Ms. Maxwell will give you that information for you to scan over.
Maryland says a broker's name in all advertisements must contain the broker's name in a meaningful and conspicuous way, and they have in parentheses same font and size. So that's what they say about the team.
So in the case like this, they'd let a team show up on the sign, but it couldn't be larger than Realty Executives.
And the broker's name, actually. Not the brokerage, but the broker. So it would
Laws
be
and
then.
rules could be
Right, they're a little different, but I'm saying that, so they use the word meaningful and conspicuous, and I think that Oregon uses those same words. I mean, and then Colorado, I think, uses, it has to be prominent. So they use words, as I say, like that.
Okay, I'm happy to do that if that's the sense of the commission. We got to get off this topic. We've had enough of it. That's
well,
fine.
I think that we would, my personal opinion, that we'd be too hasty if we jump up here and do a lot of voting and making decisions when we hadn't thoroughly discussed it and looked at it. That one more 30 days. I think Chris, you could put the word on the line that's coming down the pipe that it's supposed to get ready. If in the hotline the same way that it's going to happen, something's going to happen, going to change. If you felt inclined to do that and pass the word along, that won't get everybody, but that'll get the majority. It'll still get passed out. The word's out, and I rather suspect it's already out now.
Does the commission want, do you want me to sort of gather up team information as far as like words that are prohibited or the guidelines that have been put forth by other states? Is that?
It sounds like
Ms. Maxwell, I envision you and Commissioner Grease coming up with some recommendations by next month.
Okay.
and Mrs. Julie too.
Yeah.
Oh, you certainly would.
But now,
I wouldn't leave you out, Julie.
do you know what
Whatever it takes, Eve and the staff, let's put it that way, and Kelly, whoever, and Steve, you can get in on the act too.
it looks like to me.
Quit putting your hand over and trying to hide. Think I
Y'all just
overlooked
have a
you.
party.
When I refer to one, I refer to all that in the staff.
You know, one of the things that I surmised from Ms. Maxwell, some of the things that she has discovered, other states are having the same problem that Tennessee's having, and they have already addressed it. And let's just piggyback off what they've done and look at what the things that they're doing and incorporate it here. And I think that's an excellent idea, Commissioner Alexander.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. So, Mr. Grease, I think next we have, anybody else got anything to say about this topic? If not, we're going to the auditing process. We're back on Ms. Maxwell's Executive Director report.
Kelly.
I sent each of the commissioners, I hope you all got it, I revised the proposed mail-in audit and made it more simple and divided it into property management and just traditional real estate in hopes, and then I asked a couple of questions about just general compliance, particularly as it related to the advertising, just to remind the principal brokers that they are supposed to be reviewing all advertising before it goes anywhere, whether it's on the web or in a sign. And I'm open to whatever suggestions. I hope everyone had an opportunity to look at what was there. And as I say, I'm open to any suggestions or ways it might need to be clarified, or things that we might need to do to clarify and educate the principal brokers or brokers who are going to have to fill this out and send it in.
I'd like to make a suggestion that perhaps Michelle and I had talked about this morning, that we had both intended to print this out and complete it ourselves in an effort to see how long it takes and what might be confusing. I did not have the time to do that by this meeting, and Michelle said she didn't either, but I'm not sure that that wouldn't be the best means to edit this, is by some of the commissioners taking the time to complete it. We'll have our audits done then.
Right, and I think that's a good idea. I think that the hope is obviously that any individual who has an escrow account would get in the habit then of keeping it monthly reconciled, so that if you did that, or if you had a computer program that did that and you looked over what you had, it wouldn't be that, I think it would not be that hard to do. I think if one has not been doing that, it would be a pretty time-consuming task to do that for the last 12 months that it asked for. So, I think that's a good idea.
Ms. Maxwell, let's go to 412, page 4
Okay.
of 12. Go down under earnest money deposits.
Uh-huh.
All trust accounts include the word trust account in their name.
Right.
Why couldn't it not be either that or escrow accounts?
It can. I just was using the but we could, that could be that could be either. I just want to make sure that they do that. Otherwise, it's not a protected account.
I think you'll find a lot of accounts set up with an escrow account instead of a trust account.
Yeah, because mine is on my checks, it says escrow account.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. See,
right.
It should be either and or.
And the first, I'd say that the escrow account does include all of the trust accounts. Yeah, it includes any kind of account that resembled that. Because I didn't want someone to say, well, mine says security account or mine says this. But I can clarify that so at least everyone knows that it's whatever, whether it's an escrow or security deposit, or because if you've got a security deposit account, it's probably going to say security deposit.
You got the same thing on 6 of 12, where it says trust accounts include the word trust account or security deposit. Okay.
Right.
See what I'm.
Right. I'll clarify that.
Yeah, I prefer escrow too. Trust account, you think of something a little different. At least I do in the real estate business. Security or escrow seems to be the terms used.
I think those are the only 2 or 3 things that I found that passed better than that big book we had the last time.
Well, hopefully it clarified it,
What
made
is-
it a little more simple. It's all filled
Without me
into
going to the law,
internet.
what is the law? It calls it escrow accounts.
It calls
doesn't
it escrow accounts, but I didn't want to, what I was trying to do was avoid someone saying, well, I'm going to call mine an earnest money account, it just, so that it just sort of referred to the trust accounts in general, which is money held for, on the account of third parties, but we don't define that anywhere.
I'd like to do it more in accordance to how the law is written, though.
Okay.
How the wording of the law.
y'all gonna take it and come back and talk about it again next month? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if, so, next month, you hopefully will have had a chance to, or one or more people will have had a chance to try to fill it out, or at least see what's involved in the compilation of the information.
Recommendations I have, I'm through with it.
Okay, thank you. And then, well, so then you can just let me know next month what, or during the course of the month, if you have a chance to do it before that time, because we do want to get, are anxious to sort of get this rolling, get some auditors back on staff so that we can.
Where are we? Where is administration about hiring?
Well, I mean, I think as soon as we
people, or what, are they going to do anything?
Well, I think as soon as we get get this firmed up, then they're ready. I believe it. If you have to look at our current, the current job classifications, it would really fall, the person who would do this would really fall more under an investigator with an auditor, with the ability to audit, and, would need to be trained in both disciplines, but not with a 4-year accounting degree, which is really, was the auditor had to have a 4-year accounting degree, and didn't have to have any investigative skills. And I think in order to best serve the commission so that the person could go out and investigate unlicensed activity or any other matter related to a complaint, that they would need that investigative skill as in addition to the auditor skill. Because once this gets sent in, the person would look over it, and if there were red flags or anything that seemed that they wanted to ask about, they could call on the phone first and ask and find out if they could get the information they needed or get it sent to them. And then if they determined that didn't answer the question or they didn't get a response, then that person would go to an on-site audit. So those wouldn't be totally out of the question. I mean, and that's why there's a caveat at the first of this, that there's nothing that precludes an auditor from coming out at all. I mean, that's still going to be part and parcel of what's done. It's just not going to be where the auditors just, are out in the field all the time and they're going to the same firms that are easy to find someone there over and over again. And hopefully, and this will allow us, as I say, to get to the out-of-state firms as well, which we've not been able to do in the past. Well, not go physically there, but at least get some information from them.
Even Commissioner DeChar could take this and fill it out and check it, and then correspond with Ms. Maxwell to move it on a little quicker. I think most everybody else is satisfied with it. So if you all will take it, if you got any recommendations, get with Ms. Maxwell where she can move on. Is that satisfactory with everybody else?
I'll do that within a week.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I want to say thank you to Commissioner DeShar and Commissioner Haynes for agreeing to do this for the rest of us.
That would be great, because I do think that's a good gauge because that's one thing I feel like people are going to ask us is, how long is it going to take me to fill this out? And as I say, hopefully if one reconciles their books monthly, they won't be facing a major job.
I would think after they've done this and you all have talked to each other, then you can move on with it.
That's correct,
kind of
yes.
back up next month.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, do we have to vote on it? Could we do an email vote? If we have to vote on it?
Send your recommendations to her.
Just send them? Okay.
And whatever you all work out, I think, then move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome, Commissioner McMullen. Next we have the 2014 meeting schedule.
Yes, and so this was the proposed meeting schedule. If anyone had conflicts or problems, then...
Just to put on the table, I'll move the schedule be adopted for 2014.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Grease and seconded by Commissioner McMullen that we adopt the commission meeting schedule for 2014. Any discussion?
Well, I would like to just ask a question as much as anything. Are we going to try to go to Chattanooga or anywhere else in Middle Tennessee next year other than here, since we didn't this year?
I'd
consider Chattanooga East Tennessee.
October, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been to Kingsport, we've been to Gatlinburg, we've been to Knoxville, now we're going to Farragut, the great town of Farragut. Chattanooga would be an excellent choice.
Went there about 2 years ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like.
But you know, we were going to go to Cookville this year and didn't do that.
Couldn't find a meeting place in Cookville that was.
So is there anywhere else in Middle Tennessee that we can change to other than Nashville to give people in Middle Tennessee the opportunity to come visit us?
I don't know. I would think you'd want to be more than, like, if you were going to do that, want to be more than some number of miles away so that it, like it would be convenient for people. Like, if you did Clarksville, that wouldn't
Lewisburg
really accomplish anything. Because that's 50 miles. They could drive here pretty easily, or probably less than that.
Our county executive has volunteered at the facility there if you want to move to Lewisburg.
Well, Sumner County executives also volunteered, and they've got plenty of mics. I think we've been up there a couple of times. Worked out pretty good. So, I mean, if we decided to move around, there's probably some options.
I think what we're doing is adopting a schedule that can be modified if we choose to modify it.
Well, no, we can't modify it. That's the problem. If we're going somewhere else, are we going to change it to Thursday and Friday?
Well, and I think also the location might be important for Ms. Ryan securing an administrative law judge for the purposes of a hearing.
I think they do that normally, but it's always August when the schedule is adopted.
Now, next year in 14, do we have a 40-year award? Or is that every 2 years? What is that? Or is that every year?
Doing it every year, but
Different region every year.
So, and it's
It's time for West Tennessee. No,
this
we're
year,
doing it in Knoxville.
Knoxville this year. This
Yeah.
is in 14, Commissioner Collins. And then it's coming to West Tennessee,
It would be West Tennessee next year, correct?
14.
For 2014. For the 40-year breakfast.
Well, I mean, we've already done Middle Tennessee for the second time, and then East and West. It would have to be somewhere in West Tennessee.
All right. I see that we are set for May the 8th and 9th to be in West Tennessee. I think let's go to Jackson and do the 40-year award.
Works for me.
Majority of
You want us to see how many licensees fall into that fall in, is it Madison? Is that Jackson?
Madison
Or
County.
versus Shelby? I mean,
Well, we were kind of talking about this morning, is that when we do it in Memphis, we never get anybody other than Shelby County people.
right.
Well, you've got a lot of counties in West Tennessee that's not going to drive to Shelby County
Right.
for it. So I think you're going to have to do all counties other than Shelby County in West Tennessee to get a
Right,
number
no, that's what I
count.
would have done. I just meant to see where the heaviest concentration.
But I mean, it's time for them to drive somewhere besides everybody having to go to Memphis every time.
That's fine.
I mean, they're old,
No, I
you know.
Right. No, they're old. No, I know. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
so you
finally caught on down there, Commissioner.
I got you. I've heard you all the time. I know how old I am. I know how long I've had a license. Over 40 years, too. I can still get around, though, with some help sometimes. I still say my motion is that we will have the meeting in West Tennessee on May the 8th and 9th. And my motion is to have it in Jackson. In conjunction with that, we'll have the 40-year award.
Have a second of Commissioner Alexander's motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Jackson, here we come. What?
My motion, I had to adopt it. Just kind of skipped over.
Yeah, I forgot about
I'll call,
voting on
I'll
it.
call for the question
It's
on that.
back.
I think that was an amendment to our motion.
All right.
Yeah, the motion, we voted on the motion as amended.
That's
Now-
right. That's
No, we voted on the amendment. Now we vote on the motion
That's
as
right.
amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion as amended carries. Thank you, Commissioner McMullen.
But I thought I
We're going to do
heard.
in East Tennessee. Let's spin this thing down. Where we going to go?
Let's go to,
54.
I'll go to Chattanooga. According to how good a time we have in Knoxville, we might want to go back to Knoxville.
Very good.
That's where we're going now.
I like Clinton.
no. Let's
Let's go to Clinton.
let's go to Chattanooga. I mean, I won't be on the commission, so I don't care where you go, but I will hook up with you. I will hook up with you, though. Wherever you go, I'll be there. I don't care where you
I
go.
don't know if you'll be invited.
But you're probably right. Does anybody have any suggestions of where we're going, East Tennessee, October the 9th and 10th?
That's like 14 months from now. Right?
I know, yes. We don't have to make that decision now.
Okay.
But then on the other hand, Eve said they need the administrative law judge. You have to get them.
I think
I think it's just the dates that they need to know.
Okay.
I think it's just the dates.
Don't know,
Yeah.
don't know where they're going, they just need to know the date.
'Cause we had
And we
some-
know it's in East Tennessee.
Okay, so that's all they need to know.
I think so. I'll double check with her. She should be back.
I think Mr.
Okay.
McDonald disagrees.
Okay, so next we have the complaint report. We'll figure out where we're going later.
We added the manuals, I think, in between there, didn't we? Wait, they adopted that, right. And the manuals, if you recall last month, Ms. Ostrander came down from LexisNexis and discussed the manuals. And you all, and the commission had asked me just to pursue it with the administration, just to make sure that they were in agreement with what Ms. Ostrander and the commission had decided. And so she had sent us a new proposal which encompassed the items that she had discussed when she was here. And that's on your iPads. And it includes that we would have a 2-book contract, and that they could be spaced 3 years apart, but we didn't have to have the first one printed until December of 2014. So that effectively lengthened the contract a little bit longer in between books, because we wouldn't have to have it for 3 years after that, which would be 17. That if LexisNexis didn't get a renewal of the Tennessee Code annotated contract, that we would have no obligation to publish that second book. We would just have a link that linked individuals wanting to buy a book to LexisNexis, and that was the price would be $10,000, and that would include for Trek, that would be our cost, and that would include 50 print and 50 ebooks, and then if there were supplements that were produced by joint agreement during the time between big manuals, that those would be given to the commission free of charge, 50 of those as well, ebooks and print books. And then they would be marketed to the individual licensees for $35, which would be the total cost, and that includes free shipping and handling, which was valued at about $9.95. She said that she would upgrade our covers to a more leather-like cover. It's called Lextone. And she sent me some samples of those, and that would make it a more not as thick as like the Code, but it would make it a little thicker and make it the paper a little more substantial, and that they'd put gold and whatever sort of leaf writing we might want on it.
Who gets to pick the colors?
Well, well, I can bring the book down.
That was my next question. If it's going to be hot pink this time.
I wish they don't have pink in the Lextone, but I can bring the colors down. The colors are sort of a base green color. I mean, like a series of greens, and then a series of blues, a series of reds, and with one which ends in orange, which would not really be very satisfactory.
Oh, absolutely.
And then that's
stand out
then
on
I
the
think there's some
bookshelf,
beiges, but I can bring. She sent me the color selection book so that if you'd like to look over that this afternoon, I can bring that down and
I like your selection.
you
Bright
can do
pink
that.
And green.
I wish they had pink. She told me that was the drawback to the Lextone, but it would hold up better. So you'd have to sacrifice that. But if that's acceptable to the commission, it would have to come out of the operating budget. But we've got the money to pay for the $10,000 to pay for it. And as I say, LexisNexis would handle all of the. They'd handle the shipping. They'd handle the storage. They'd handle all of that so that we wouldn't get those in house like we did last time and have to send them out or otherwise dispose of them.
And why are we waiting till 14?
We're not. I mean, I think that she just gave us that long in case we wanted to wait. Because if you remember when she was here, we sort of discussed about the fact that if they wait till legislation to come next year.
Well, we're going to do that every year.
I know, and that's going to be the problem every year. And of course, we don't anticipate major legislation, but we never know whether that's going to happen. But it would be. She thinks that if we give her a notice, relatively soon, that they would be able to have it by December or early January of next year. So like December of 13 or early 14. And it would be
Discussion, I'll make a
ready to go.
motion that we approve it and make the purchase.
I'll second it.
Is it $10,000 per book or $10,000 for both books?
No, it's $10,000 for 50 print and e-books.
But it's two different publications.
Right, but it's like a 2 for the price of 1 without the extra $1. It basically you're getting the print and the e-book for the same price.
But I thought that it was going to be we would get a 2013 or 2014 edition, and then we would also get like a 2016 edition.
We do. That's included on option 3, which is the marketing offset price and 2-book contract. Then you see what she has lined out here.
So my question is does $10,000 buy the 2013 book and the 2016 book, or is it $20,000?
No, it's $10,000.
As
Okay.
both of them.
Right.
Because I thought that John asked her that question last month, and she said that it was $20,000. Am I recalling that correctly, John?
If we're getting both books for $10,000, that's half what I thought we were
Yeah.
going to have to pay.
I can clarify that with her and make sure.
Because to me, that just seemed
Really cheap.
a really good deal, considering
It does.
they would charge you $13,000 to get one book or $10,000 to get 2 books. That doesn't make sense to me, but yeah.
Okay. I can clarify that and make
Okay.
sure.
Clarify my motion. I'm
Okay.
thinking that the $10,000 is for the 4 books, the 2.
Two different publications, right? Yeah, that I'd be all over that.
Okay.
You wrote this, did you?
Yeah, she wrote it, yeah.
this, so
She wrote it and
that's
sent it
what
to
it
me.
seems to say.
That's and that's the way I read it when she sat in the chair. But then John asked her a question, and her answer to the question led me to believe that it was $20,000, that it was
Right.
$10,000 per book.
Yeah, but and she did write. She did send this, but I'll clarify that just to make sure that
Okay.
there's no misunderstanding.
So Commissioner Alexander, your motion includes the $10,000 for 2 books. That's true. Okay, that's a motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Haynes. Any other discussion or comments? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
All the book.
Now
That's the books.
we're finished with the books.
Now the complaint report.
Close to lunchtime.
Is it?
Well,
I can get through that.
it's just 10 after 11. We got 20 minutes.
Complaint report won't take long. I did put a pie chart in this time, just for Bear.
Bear, she put a
Yes, ma'am.
I popped
Our
a pie chart
reservation
in.
is not till noon.
Not till noon.
Oh, we're in good shape.
What time?
Noon o'clock.
I just wanted you to know that I put. Did you get it on your iPad? The pie chart.
Hadn't gotten there.
Oh, yeah, there's a pie chart.
I just wanted you to know I put it in there.
It's a pretty pie chart.
Yes,
But-
thank
but-
you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at a pie chart under the complaints.
Complaints.
It's on there.
Now back to the first page of the complaints, the complaint
wants to look
report.
at the pie
That's right,
chart.
the pie chart. Just because we haven't had one like a year. The open complaint report shows that we have currently 122 complaints, and if you'll see, 73 are consumer complaints, 10 are fellow practitioner complaints, and then 38 are staff complaints, most of which were the result of an audit or an advertising complaint that came in that had just information attached to it. It was a citation that then turned into a complaint. The total number of complaints that we've received for this year, and just to remind you, this is done on the fiscal year of the state, so it started again on 7/1, and we just ended the year 6/30. So for the 1 month this year, we've had 30 complaints received, and this time last year, this month, we had 33. So they've been pretty consistent, the number of complaints that we get. And at least our number of licensee against licensee complaints have slowed down as the market has picked up. We have no complaints that are over 180 days. Well, we don't have any, I don't think, that haven't been dealt with by the commission. So, they may show over 180 days, but the commission has dealt with them and they're in litigation or they're on a payment plan or, there's something like that that's keeping them open, but the commission itself has acted upon them. In the month of July, we got $30,760, and so that's so far this year, what we've gotten in penalties.
Ms. Maxwell,
Yes.
the formal hearing we had last month, is that paid in full?
That part of his that he's gotten the bill for, he's paid in full, which is what he paid that day. I don't know if he's paid the cost yet, because I don't know that they were figured yet.
I believe that the if my memory serves, and I don't have a copy of the order in front of me, the penalty that was included in the first order was less than the amount that the individual brought in, and the costs were covered within the excess. There was no extra past the amount that he brought in as far as costs. It's paid in full.
I mean, I don't know if the cost ended up being less than that or not.
Ended up being
Okay, so they ended up being less than what he paid.
We don't give refunds.
Did we keep
Well, I
the
mean,
excess? Yeah, that's
equal
what I was
to,
thinking.
I should
That's
say.
cool.
Or you rounded it?
Yeah, so we're equal to that. The number of closed complaints this year has been 25. 18 were closed with no action. 2 were referred to outside agencies. 1 was closed with a letter of warning, and 4 were closed with consent orders. And that's just, as I say, from 7/1 to 7/31. You'll notice the DAR report is very long. It contains the names of all the individuals who were put in suspension as a result of failure to provide proof of E&O. Those names were also listed in the newsletter that was published earlier this month, right? A couple of weeks ago.
I sent the copy you sent me to our local board, and I hope somebody sent one to TAR.
I don't.
Chris says he's got one. Commissioner Grease, you have a comment.
On this DAR report, I really do think it would be helpful if, instead of just saying advertising violation, we say what the violation was. If we're trying to alert licensees to what they're doing wrong or what somebody else has done wrong, it'd be helpful. Instead of saying advertising violation, it would say more specifically what that violation was. Is that something we can do?
I think Steve talked a little bit about enlarging. Did you, though, enlarging what was actually on here? This is what's turned in to. Well, this is what's turned in to the Commerce and Insurance, to Mark Green, who then turns it in, and it's what goes on the CNI website. It all has to look the same. So we could take ours, and it would have to be just enlarged on the one that we give to you all.
But instead of saying
Right.
advertising violation, it might say agent's name was larger than the company's name, or some explanation of what the violation is. Just, I mean, it's supposed to be an educational tool as much as anything,
Right.
I think.
I will have to check. I'm not sure exactly how much we can enlarge that, because what goes on our website, I think this is what you said, Steve, right? What goes on our website with our link has to be what's on the big DAR. We can't like, we can't change that. I mean, I think that's what you found out.
Correct. That's what I found out from Bill Giannini.
Oh, but if I go look at other professions, like funeral directors, they'll have a much longer explanation on some of their penalties than we do. Now, I may be looking at the full dollar report, but
Right.
more is better than less if we can do it.
Okay.
The directors are final on.
Okay, we'll look into that. As I say, we can't, what we wanted to do was be able to put like an embellished, pretty embellished description on our link, but that we could not do. Write like a little blurbette about them. That we couldn't do on our link that links it to all of the historical DARs and this one. But we'll look and see if we can embellish this a shade.
Are they pink?
What?
Blurbettes.
Blurbettes, yes. Generally,
Hot
they're
pink,
hot
right?
pink, yes, neon hot pink, yes,
Is Maxwell?
yes.
Most everybody got the E&O straightened up. How many folks we got, or is that coming up? No.
That was everybody that was suspended as of July 1st. Some of these people may have corrected, but since they were suspended during the month, the practice is to list everyone that was suspended as of July 1st. So some of these people have corrected it, although not all.
If you want to look at the E&O, you can go to the, it's the tab after the statistics. I mean, we can go to E&O since we're talking about that. It's the tab after the statistics. And there's a chart of the E&O numbers. As of 7:30, we had...
Where is this? Is this still in the...
We're having to skip out because you asked that question.
Got to go back to the library.
It's the book
Go back to
E&O
the library.
update.
E&O update.
I want to know.
E&O
I just
update.
want it.
Right. And that has, or E&O...
in the library.
E&O update.
That's what it
There
says.
you are. Where are we going to E&O?
Does everybody have it? The second page of that, I broke down the update on the E&O suspensions, and you'll see on the, I broke it 7/1/2013, 7/25, and then 7/31. And as of 7/31, if you had not given us proof of E&O, then that $500 penalty fee was automatically, you automatically accrued that. And so that, it didn't matter if you showed it to us on the 31st day or you showed it to us on the 61st day, gave us proof of insurance. Once that 31st day came, that $500 penalty fee was there. And in order to be taken off suspension, not only would you have to give us proof of insurance, but you would have to pay that $500 penalty fee as well. And so if you look, we had 73 active people on 7/31 who still hadn't given us proof of insurance. 21 of those individuals are principal brokers, and those are the active people. And then the broker release, we had 339 people who had not given us proof of insurance as of 7/31/2013. And we included a list of the individuals who are active who have not given us proof of insurance as of 7/31, and those are included, I believe, on the iPads.
What have we sent them? What do we send them?
We have sent, I mean, everyone who went into suspension.
Look at it. It keeps moving.
Oh, that's sorry. We can get it in hard copy if you would like, because I thought that you all might like to see that.
That's all right. But what did we send them?
So everyone who was placed in suspension received a letter, on July the 1st, and then the people who have still not given us proof, we asked the legal department if we needed to take any proactive measures, and we do not have to take any proactive measures under the statute. So we're not notifying all these individuals again. If they send us proof, then we are sending them a letter and telling them that, thank you for sending us proof, but you have to pay $500 before you will be removed from suspension. The broker release people, we feel like by and large, probably most of them are not going to give us proof of their insurance, in which event they'll just...
21 brokers?
21 brokers. Now, if you notice, a number of them are 21 principal brokers. If you notice, well, some of them, a number of them are out-of-state brokers, but there are that many brokers who, which is amazing to us.
That's
amazing. It's been a much slower drop than we thought that it would be. We kind of thought that in the first 20 days, we would have had a pretty good response, and I don't really think that we had as much response as we had hoped for.
The statute required that notification be sent to a variety of addresses. I believe it was to the individual person, to their broker, and their home address.
Right.
And that outlined to them they were being suspended, that they were to discontinue any real estate activities, and it also gave them access to the full length of the public chapter that outlined, the possible ramifications of not correcting the issue within 30 days. That's why Ms. Maxwell said she expected to hear a greater response, because it laid all of that out in their notification.
My question to you then, have these real estate MLS boards been notified to the fact that these people's licenses are suspended?
Associations have.
Associations have.
So,
They have the MLS directors in the
because
But it's just some of this stuff on this report, because I know one of them from Jackson has closed his firm and retired, and he's still showing up on here as in violation, and he's shut his firm down. So we may have some inaccuracies like that.
And there may be that someone hadn't told us, or it hadn't gotten on the list that was run. It should have been picked up, but there are some people that probably, that may have complied or may have just gone out of business.
But there are some of these firms that I would feel sure that if you picked up the phone and called, they're still open, they're still doing business.
Oh, no, I don't doubt that.
Nothing's being done about policing that.
Should we do that?
Well, why are you going to suspend them if you're not going to force?
They're suspended. There's nothing else that's all
but
we
these
can do.
principal brokers that have licensees under them that are out there, and the licensees are doing business without a principal broker, and they don't have a clue.
Well,
that's the thing. I'm saying the 21 firms without a principal broker, the doors need to be locked.
We can't.
Cut the phone off.
I'm not sure we can
can't
do
do
that, but
that.
we
No.
could at least call them.
Call the principal
but-
broker?
Sure.
Well,
You call that office and you say, look,
21
Are you
of
in
them.
business?
It's not that many if it was
you're
several
in
hundred.
business, you're operating, you don't have a license. You've got these X number of affiliates. Now, this is where you really need an auditor or somebody in the system or an investigator. They still have investigators.
They do.
Then, in my opinion, to these 21 principal brokers, there ought to be an investigator sent to those firms to see if they're operating.
Immediately.
Well, I'm going to check the one in Jackson. There's only one on here. I'm going to call them when I get back home.
Deputized.
Something else went
I've been
wrong.
deputized. I'm just going to call them and see if they answer the phone. If they do, then I'm going to call Eve and say they're still doing business.
Wendell, something else you brought up was the MLSs. I think we need to send them a list too, independent of the local boards.
Well, if you've got a suspended license, then the MLS shouldn't be taking any of the listings. Am I for you?
Well, I realize only about 70% of our licensees are members of a board.
But you could very easily check of those 20,
I know.
not but 21 of them. So 70% of 21.
Yeah, well, I know.
Well, I want to say how proud I am we are at this state where 2 years ago we were at a state where we were spending a lot of money. The state was spending a lot of money. We were spending a lot of time. Robin was spending a lot of time. And I'm really proud of the collaboration between the associations and this board and getting a law passed that was good for everybody. It was good for everybody. So I'm real proud just to be down to 21. I think
I
that's
agree.
great.
Just before we walk by this, Mr. Chairman, about what are you going to do about these 21
I'd
brokers?
like to send an investigator out, or
I think we ought to give them a fair trial and hang them in the morning.
You got to be sure that's happening before you can have that fair trial.
There's 16 that are in Tennessee, and the other ones are located out of state. But that means the
Then I'm
majority
going
of
to
them
come
are in
back and say
Tennessee.
that the 16 that are in state.
why not the out of state?
It's hard to get them if they're out of state. Hey, what are you going to do to them?
If we find that they are, we've already suspended their license. What action does the commission want to take? Because there's going to be, I'll have to check with sending an investigation request. Sending an investigator to 16 different locations is going to be pretty costly in itself. Is there an end goal?
I'm saying
inside?
call them.
Oh, okay. So
No, I'm not
sending-
saying send an investigator. Just do it all from a telephone. Just see, are they still in business? Did they die?
If I haven't paid my insurance, I'm going to lie about whether I'm doing business or not.
And you might.
Why would I tell you that I was not if I hadn't paid my insurance and I know I hadn't paid it?
I'm not
They
sure.
already suspended?
From a standpoint, what
They
else
already
can we do to them? They're
suspended it.
already suspended. So
You could make the case that if they're still practicing, they're engaged in real estate without a license.
That's the point I'm making, and you've got those agents that may not even be
They have
aware.
agents that don't even know.
Of those 16, have their agents paid their premiums? We don't know that probably.
A lot of them are single principal brokers, or singles, and a couple of them, and several of them, and I don't know if these particular ones, the licensees had actually paid, their affiliated licensees had paid their, or given us proof of E&O, and the principal broker had not. But as I say, a number of these are single operators. But we can contact them and contact the affiliate brokers and let them know that they need to leave the firm. I mean, the firm currently is operational. I mean, I guess we could put the firms in problem status.
But couldn't you not? Why couldn't you not pull that firm license too?
We can't pull it. We could put it in problem status. We can't suspend it because we can't take that kind of an action without a formal hearing. But we could put them in problem status.
That's in
We
problem.
put them in problem status.
Problem status.
I mean, we couldn't do that. We couldn't administratively suspend or revoke their license. Isn't that correct?
no, I don't think we can suspend or revoke. I mean, because the statute doesn't allow for us to take action against
Right.
the firm itself, and for us to unilaterally suspend or revoke it, I think you could put it in problem status.
Right.
at that.
I mean, we could do that with those firms.
I really think a simple phone call, you'll find some answers that you never thought that you would hear. So,
Well, we can call them all.
not that many. It's not like it's hundreds.
Right. We can call. I can have someone call them all.
Just the in-state ones.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else on the E&O update?
We finished the complaint report.
But I think Robin.
Yeah, and Robin has entered the room, and it's what I wanted to let before we break for lunch, which is going to be shortly. Robin is here, and do you have an update?
I do indeed. I have spoken with the attorney, and he has not been able to reach his client to be here this afternoon. He will appear tomorrow morning without his client if his client can't be here, and we will go forward at that point. I've also been asked to request and remind you, and this is for you, Chairman Stevenson, as well. Mr. Green, our chief counsel, needs to have about 10 minutes of your all's time tomorrow after the informal meeting. And I want to ask that you are aware of that and wait for him to be able to come and discuss it.
Tell him to be on time.
Do his best. Anybody questions for me, or can I leave? What?
Don't know.
I can't.
I may not want to hear it. I may ain't go on.
Do you have, what else do you have, Miss Maxwell?
Statistics.
You want to go ahead and break for lunch now? It's 11:30, or we want to go ahead?
Education report.
Let's do
Well,
education.
we want to go ahead and finish up with. licensing statistics.
Those aren't going to, I mean, those won't take that long. I'll talk fast. Well, I won't go for it all anyway. The first page shows our current number of active and inactive retired and broker release licensees. When you look at that, you need to take into account that the broker release has a low number, but that's because we put a large number of broker release people in suspension. But our active number, we have 22 more active people than we had last month. We have 23,678. Our inactive number went down 91. Our retired number went down 73. So we have a grand total of licensees who are active individuals, 33,255, which is 588 less than last month. But again, a number of people are in suspension, and so that's, 470 individuals are still in suspension when this was done. So that kind of skews our numbers a little bit. We have 3,851 firms, which is 10 more than we had last month. We have a grand total of firms of 4,071, which is 6 more than last month. So we have a total number of licensees, 37,326, which is 582 less than last month. But again, you have the suspensions to take into account. On the second, let's go to the additional statistics since they're so interesting. They're on the fifth page of your, or fourth page of your, the fifth page?
Fifth page, counting the cover page.
That's what, okay. And that shows you the change in number of licensees through the years, comparing, say, last year, 7/31/12 to 7/31/13. We have a total of 1,016 fewer licensees than we had prior to that, but our change has been, less and less, so that when you look at the difference between, say, 7/31/10 to 7/31/13, we had 5,877 less in 13 than in 10, but in 12, the difference is going down, so our rate of individuals leaving has slowed down, and we've had more people coming back into the business, which is good, even though we're still losing individuals on a monthly basis. If looking at the exams and applications, year to date, we've had 1,889 applications, and last year we had 1,563 at this time. And our exams taken year to date are 2,615, and this time last year there were 1,842. So, we've had a significant increase in the number of exams that have been taken, and a little bit of an increase in the number of applications that have been approved, all of which are good signs, I think, overall. And most of the exams taken have been in the affiliate broker category, and just the brokers, only 264 individuals have even taken the broker exam since the first of the year. Our average percentage of not renewing your license I'm just sort of skipping around. Our average percentage of licensees not renewed for the last 12 months has been 16%. And this month it was up to 17%, but on some days it was as high as 39%, and on other days it was as low as 4%, since our licenses stagger, and we have people who renew every day. But that's it's been around, most of the time it has been, as you can see, around 17 or 14. A couple of years ago it was down to 12% of our non-renewals. That's a quick look at the statistics. Are there any questions?
They're up here saying you did a good job.
Well, thank you.
They don't want that on the record, though, mind you, because they're not speaking into their microphones.
It's all right. It's all right. So that's all I have on the statistics, and that's all I have.
Anybody have any questions on anything that Eve Maxwell has gone over in the executive director's report? If not, then I think it's time we broke for lunch, and be back here at 1 o'clock. I think we are. I'd like to call this regularly scheduled Real Estate Commission meeting back into order. And I just hope I've talked to several of you attendees. I hope you are finding this informative and informational and something that you can use as you continue your career in real estate. But there's somebody back here that I've known for many years, Mr. Larry Sims from Murfreesboro, who is also an auctioneer. That's where I know Larry Sims from. And he's a good friend. It's good to see him here and all of you here. And we hope that you, like I say, you are finding this informative and you getting information you can take back and share with your fellow licensees and the firms that you work for. But before we get started in the education report, I'd like to ask Ms. Maxwell. Commissioner Grease pointed out to me on our iPad it's got budget, and is this just for information?
Right, and I had sent, if you all have any questions, I'll try to answer those, but I had sent that to each of you as well on email just to look at it. That's the first preliminary budget for the year end of 6/30/2013.
But at this time, I'd like to call on our educational director, Mr. Steve McDonald, to give us his report.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, you have 16 courses before you. I have the backup material. I've taken the opportunity to review each of the courses. This month, I do not have any concerns or issues to bring before you with the commission, with the courses that have been submitted. Do you have any questions for me?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner DeShara that we approve the courses that have been presented by Steve McDonald, and discussion now.
Steve, that first course, it's a convention in Denver, Colorado. How do you make certain people actually go to the individual speakers or components of 6 hours of continuing education?
This is such a specialized industry that the folks that are going to these conferences attend the meetings, and the American American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers have check-ins and stopgaps like most conferences where people have to sign in and either give their association number or a license number. And in months past, Commissioner Alexander feels very strongly about this organization and the education that they provide.
That's a good coach. At one time was affiliated with these people. Was affiliated with them. Okay. You'll sign in, and you'll have to sign out also. They'll attend.
Commissioner Collins.
At one time, we were going to try to make sure all our courses were Arello approved, and I noticed 3A and 4A. Was there any thought to that when you were making that decision?
A is a classroom course.
But it's not Arello approved.
No, we don't. All of our internet courses.
I understand that, but if you got a choice, should we accept the ones that are Arello approved? It's just a thought question.
I'm trying to understand your question. Should we always accept the ones that are Arello
I
approved?
thought, should we give preference to them?
No, it's not required in the rule. It's not asked for that way.
We did discuss that, though, about trying to stay with Arello approved courses.
For internet courses.
Okay.
All of our internet and webinar courses have to be Arello approved.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about any of these courses that Steve McDonald thinks that have the content and the material included for our licensees? Any other discussions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we'll move on to the next topic. Thank you. Requests for instructor approval. There are 7 requests. I'll take the first one. Sally Cummings of TAR, that's Provider 1110 requests the approval of Fred Goodwin to teach the Trek Core. It's approved course 7035. He has completed the Trek Core training course and is currently approved with the Northeast Tennessee Association of Realtors 1217. And Wong of Courthouse Retrieval Services, Provider 1285, requests the approval of Amanda Jenkinson to teach Enhancing Customer Service Course 3552 and Enhancing Customer Service Communication 6475. Ms. Jenkinson is a regional technical trainer and support specialist for CRS. Her duties include new client rollouts and training as well as the development of new training systems. She has 7 years of management and sales experience and obtained her undergraduate degree from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. If you guys remember, Courthouse Retrieval that supplies the tax information for MLS boards. Number 3, Tara Hampton of River County's Association of Realtors, Provider 1240, would like to request she be approved to teach Paragon 5 Basic. That's approved course 7006, and Paragon 5 Advanced Training 7007. Paragon is the MLS software used by members of the River County's Association of Realtors. Ms. Hampton is the association executive of the association and has completed the TAR Training Learning Centered Instructor Workshop, as well as the Paragon Train the Trainer course. Number 4, Sally Cummings of TAR, Provider 1110, requests the approval of Ingrid Prather to teach NAR Ethics, approved course 7286, and Trek Core course, approved course 7035. Ingrid Prather holds Trek license 247628. She's the principal broker of Premier Properties Realty in Athens, Tennessee, and has been licensed since 1991. She has completed the TAR Learning Centered Instructor Training course as well as the Core Training course. Number 5, Tara Hampton of River County's Association of Realtors, Provider 1240, would like to request Melissa Lane to be approved to teach Paragon 5 Basic 7006 and Paragon 5 Advanced Training, approved course 7007. Paragon software is explained in request number 3. Ms. Lane is the MLS administrator and has completed the Learning Centered Instructor Workshop as well as the Paragon Train the Trainer course. Number 6, Diane Cole of the Institute of Real Estate Management, they go by IREM, is Provider 1089, requests the approval of Delia Cook to be approved to teach Ethics for Real Estate Managers. That's their course, Ethics 800. That's Trek course approved 6771. Ms. Cook holds retired Tennessee broker license 205030 and a Florida broker license. She studied real estate at the University of Tennessee and business administration at New York University. Ms. Cole is currently the 2013 IREM Nashville president and served as the 1995 IREM Central Florida chapter president. She currently is the regional manager of Milestone Management. And lastly, number 7, Diana Cole of Institute of Real Estate Management, Provider 1089, requests the approval of John Snyder to be approved to teach Ethics for Real Estate Managers, Ethics 800, approved course 6771. Mr. Snyder holds broker license 250306 and is principal broker of Sperry Van Ness. He specializes in tenant representation, corporate real estate services, consulting, and build-to-suite projects. He has 30 years commercial real estate experience, which began in Houston before moving to Memphis. He earned a BS degree from the United States Military Academy at West Point and an MBA from the University of Mississippi.
You have real estate license?
Yes.
Yes, it's Tennessee broker license 250306.
Steve, Miss Cole, her license is retired in Tennessee?
Miss Cook?
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss
Correct.
Cook.
It is retired.
How long has it been retired?
I'd have to pull up RBS. Is RBS pulled up? Okay.
Oh.
Miss Cook.
the loud.
Yes, ma'am. It's 205030. While Kelly's looking that up, next week we have our Trek 2-hour seminars. We're heading to West Tennessee. We'll be in Jackson next Thursday, and we'll be in Memphis on Friday. So those of you that are in West Tennessee, we would love to see you there. For the attendees in the audience, if you can hear me, if you are interested in not only receiving, you get the 8 hours for CE today, but additionally, you can get 2 more hours for attending a Trek seminar. That schedule is posted on our website. For those of you that live in West Tennessee, we'll be at the Central West Association next Thursday, and we'll be at MAR, Memphis Association, on Friday.
Which
which personnel are on that caravan? You're going, who else?
Myself, Director Maxwell, and Julie Kropp, General Counsel, and then Stuart Prather from Rice Insurance Services goes over the E&O policy.
So Stuart's still on the trail.
Still on the trail as of today.
So our focus on advertising will be a topic that you all discuss.
Correct. As well as the current changes in law.
Did we not discuss at one point, a few months back, that the instructors had to have an active Tennessee real estate license?
We had a conversation with someone a couple months ago that let their license go, but they had their license in Florida. And she doesn't teach principals.
That's what that lady wanted to teach, wasn't it? This lady's teaching.
Law states now, 6213-324, it only requires, if you're teaching the principles of real estate, mathematics, or sales techniques, that you be a licensed broker or have 5 years of experience in the subject of the course. And technically, she is licensed, it's just in retirement. Okay, how long has she been retired?
Been retired since 2007.
She got her license. She got her license first in 1979. Well, not necessarily. I got mine in 1975.
Teaching a IRM ethics, yeah.
Shut up.
Commissioner DeChara.
Yes. I'm just a little concerned about her having a retired license in the state of Tennessee and being an instructor.
I am too.
That's why I'm reading about the course she's teaching here.
Okay. Rob, can you address that from our laws and rules, please?
Well, I mean, it only outlines in subsection 4 that if it's the principles of real estate, mathematics, or sales techniques, that requirement. This is ethics. I don't know if that falls within those, and it also just states that they have to be a licensed broker with at least 5 years of experience. She is a licensed broker because even though her license is in retirement, she does hold a license. It's just in retirement.
The fact that something else, Commissioner DeShar, she studied real estate at UT in Knoxville.
Plays football.
Business administration at New York University. She looks like to me she'd be qualified to teach if she falls within what our statute allows.
Is this an ethics course?
It is
It's
an ethics.
IRM. It's IRM's ethics course. So it's geared more for commercial brokers.
Do commercial brokers have any ethics?
Mr. Grease, Vice Chairman Grease.
Just joking.
We are all about ethics in the commercial industry. And I think it'd be great to have real estate managers get taught by people who understand their language and their systems. Just so we can get on with this topic, I'll make a motion all these instructors be approved.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Grease. We approve all these 7 instructors, and seconded by Commissioner McMullen. Any other comments or discussions on any of these 7 individuals? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you.
But then your report. Okay. Next on our agenda is Julie Kropp, Assistant General Counsel, with the legal report.
All right, and before I start my legal report, I just wanted to introduce all of you to 2 people that I don't believe you've had the opportunity of meeting. They're right behind me. To the left is Regina Oldham. Regina is a paralegal at the department. She just came on a couple months ago, and she's assisting me the real estate with the real estate commission work as well as some of the other commissions as well. So you'll see her in some of these meetings, and she's been a great amount of help so far. Also next to her is Shalina Brown. Shalina is an attorney that just came on a couple weeks ago, and she is going to be doing litigation for some of the boards. I'm not sure, is it just contractors at this? She's going to be doing the contractors litigation, but she's sitting in on some of the meetings during her first couple weeks to get an idea of kind of how things go on here.
Your first name, Shalina? Okay. Is there anything you'd like to? We might probably wait till we finish our legal report to ask them if there's anything they'd like to say.
I just wanted to point them out to you all so you know who they were.
I thought they was here for continuing education because we required them to be here.
I figured one of you might ask them that. That's why I introduced them. And you know the lady over there.
Yes, we know her.
Okay. I'll start the legal report with the statement at the top. Any consent order authorized by the commission. Can I move this? Should be signed by respondent and returned within 30 days. If said consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing. The first matter is 2012007861. This was originally presented at the August 2012 meeting. The complainant states that respondent a timeshare sales portion.
Motion to skip the italicized text.
I don't think. I think everybody's in agreement to.
Well, that whole
Everybody.
thing is italicized.
Well, there's some additional information underneath the italicized portion. I think, is that what you were motioning for me to skip to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Call the question.
We have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and second by Commissioner Collins that we skip through the italicized portion of this first complaint. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Proceed, Ms. Crop.
After presentation to the Commission, consent orders were sent to Respondent and Respondent's address on file with the Commission, which were first returned as unclaimed and then returned not deliverable as addressed. Further, Respondent's timeshare salesperson license expired on June 29, 2013. Then, Respondent's license was suspended on July 1, 2013 for failure to maintain errors and omissions insurance. To date, Respondent has made no known attempts to contact Trek regarding this complaint matter or the status of Respondent's license. In light of this information, the new recommendation is to close and flag this until this person resurfaces or tries to reobtain licensure.
Approved.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Alexander to accept council's recommendation and seconded by Commissioner Collins. Discussion.
I'm sorry, I ask this question often. So it's closed and flagged if we pass, and this licensee attempts to get back in the industry. At that point, what will happen?
Then it can be reopened at that point. Right now, we don't have any contact information. This person is expired, and on top of that has been suspended. I'm assuming, based on the combination of those facts, the fact they were broker released over a year ago, that they are probably not coming back, but in the event that they do, it's flagged within our system, and it can be reopened at that time.
If they come back, they got to satisfy this.
They'll be dealt with at that time, because I don't believe the consent order was ever I was able to get service on them. It was always returned back to me.
So, in particular, errors and omissions insurance. So they were suspended because they didn't have E&O insurance.
That's correct.
Is there a clock running on that? So each month there's another $500 added to it. So that would have to be satisfied for certain.
That would have to be satisfied. Also, if this person, depending upon how long they stay out there before they potentially come back, there's potential reinstatement fines or possibly reapplication. There's going to be a number of financial issues for this person if they re-enter the business.
Hadn't voted yet. We'd already voted if you hadn't been discussing it.
Now, I thought it was an intelligent question for a change, so I thought I'd go ahead and put it in.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 2.
2013005181. The complainant indicates the complainant wants to fire or did fire respondent, principal broker, as complainant's broker for the sale of complainant's short sale property. Complainant states that when hired by complainant, respondent was with one firm but was fired for using outdated procedures. Complainant states that respondent started with a new firm and took complainant's listing with respondent to the new firm and is advertising complainant's property on the new firm's website. Complainant states that complainant is unable to hire a new broker and is in danger of losing complainant's home due to foreclosure. Complainant attached a copy of the executed right to sell listing agreement, which was between complainant and the alleged new firm to which complainant alleges respondent switched and took the listing. Therefore, it does not appear that the listing was taken to a new firm as alleged by complainant. At the time respondent began working with complainant, respondent was the principal broker of two firms and then left one of the firms around the time of the complaint. However, to date, respondent is still the principal broker of the firm which had the listing agreement with complainant. Based on the correspondence between the parties submitted by complainant, it appears that that complainant became dissatisfied with the short sale process and respondent, which resulted in complainant wanting to end a sales contract with a potential buyer and terminate respondent as complainant's broker. Based on the documents submitted by complainant, it appears that shortly after the complaint was filed, the sales contract with the potential buyer was canceled and the earnest money returned to the potential buyer, and the working relationship was terminated between the parties, with complainant and respondent signing a listing agency mutual release agreement. Respondent submitted a response stating that even though respondent attempted to explain the short sale process to complainant, complainant did not understand the process. Respondent states that respondent was referred to complainant and saved complainant from foreclosure on the property. Respondent states that at some point complainant became dissatisfied and wanted to terminate the relationship, and respondent does not know why. Respondent states that respondent was willing to release complainant from the listing, but complainant would not respond to respondent's attempts to discuss any issues. Respondent states that several offers were received on complainant's property, and at the time respondent realized that complainant wanted to stop working with respondent, the property was under contract for sale. Respondent states that when the sale fell through because complainant decided to stop working with respondent, respondent worked diligently to obtain proper signatures for release of the earnest money to the buyer, execute the mutual release for the listing, and cancel the listing in the MLS. Respondent denies the allegations that respondent uses outdated procedures and that respondent was released from a firm, and explained that respondent was principal broker of two firms for a while and then left amicably to remain principal broker of one firm. Based on the information in the file, it appears that respondent worked diligently and there appears to be no violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Questions of Ms. Crop?
Julie, I had a hard time figuring out what the complaint, what were they upset about? Just in your own words. I know these are your words, but what, 2 or 3 sentences, what?
It appears that the complaint was filed before the release was executed, and at that time it was still, they were trying to get the contract canceled with the potential buyer and get the paperwork signed to get it released, and this person went ahead and filed the complaint before everything was finalized. By the time the response came in and everything, the parties had parted ways and everything had been resolved. But the issues regarding taking the listing to a new firm just appeared to be completely, the documents appeared to contradict that because it was with the firm that the person had always been with. So,
move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Grease and seconded by Commissioner McMullen that we take council's recommendation and dismiss this complaint. Any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. I would like to point out, if those of you who are in attendance have noticed the speed at which Ms. Crop is reading these complaints, she is also the attorney for the Auctioneer Commission, in addition to being the attorney for the Real Estate Commission. So she's been hanging around a bunch of auctioneers, and she's gotten to where she's increased the speed of her voice.
they never complain that I read too fast. Okay, numbers 3 and 4 are 2013-005501 and 2013-005502. Complainant was the seller of a property. Respondent 2 represented the buyer, and Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's principal broker. Complainant states that an offer was sent and accepted on December 19th with a closing date to take place on December 31st. Complainant states that the earnest money check was to be sent to complainant's agent within 72 hours, which was not sent by Respondent 2, who had the check. Complainant states that complainant made arrangements to move prior to closing, during which time complainant states that the earnest money check had been mailed. Complainant states that the earnest money check had been mailed and the buyer was still buying the property. The sale ultimately fell through due to financing. Complainant states that Respondent 2 asked complainant's agent to sign a release of the contract and did not present the earnest money check until January 4th after the contract had expired. Respondent 2 states that the accepted offer was sent by email to Respondent 2 late on December 19th but was not opened until December 20th. That day, Respondent 2 states that complainant's agents called and sent an addendum to be signed by the buyer which changed the provision in the contract regarding who the earnest money check should be made out to from the closing company to the party specified in the contract to complainant's agent's firm. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 did agree to deliver the earnest money within 3 days and admits that it was not done prior to the closing of the office for the holidays on December 22nd and the holiday followed. That weekend, Respondent 2 states that the buyer was rejected for a loan. On the first business day following, Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 contacted complainant's agent informing of this and stating that Respondent 2 was going to send a termination letter and a copy of the denial letter from the lender. Respondent 2 states complainant's agent insisted Respondent 2 wait until complainant's agent and complainant could discuss, and complainant's agent set a contact for a new lender for Respondent 2 to pass on to the buyer. At this point, there were attempts of communication between the buyer and a new lender, and communications from complainant's agent that complainant was aware all would have to be pushed back. Once past the December 31st deadline, the buyer decided not to pursue the sale, and documents were sent to the complainant's agent on January 4th requesting release of the earnest money, although the check was still with Respondent 2, and complainant's agent stated that the check must be cashed before the funds could be released to the buyer. The check was delivered on January 5th, and the check was returned to Respondent 2. Respondent 1 states that although complainant states that complainant contacted Respondent 1's agency, Respondent 1 did not have any communication with complainant, but did speak with complainant's agent's principal broker on January 2nd concerning the issue. Both agreed that a new earnest money check should be written to complainant's agent's firm and delivered, even though the contract had expired. Respondent 1 states that the check could have been delivered on time, except that complainant's agent wanted the check made out to complainant's agent's firm instead of the closing company, and the buyer was out of state when the change was requested in the addendum. Therefore, the new check was not written until after the expiration of the contract. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 spoke to Respondent 2 regarding the necessity of delivering earnest money per the dates in the contract. Based on the circumstances of the sale, including but not limited to the holidays, the short contract period, the out-of-state buyer, and the confusion regarding the lender, the check did not get delivered when the seller expected, but the situation was ultimately resolved with the check going to complainant's agent and being dispersed to the buyer. The recommendation is a letter of warning to both respondents regarding Rule 1260.2.09 regarding deposits and earnest money.
Comments or questions of Ms. Kropp?
Motion to adopt council's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and a second by Commissioner Collins that we accept council's recommendation and send a letter of warning to both respondents regarding Rule 1260-02-09 regarding deposits and earnest money. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Numbers 5 and 6, 2013-005641 and 2013-005651. Complainant states the complainant was looking for homes for sale and noticed listings for properties for properties by Respondent 1, an affiliate broker. Respondent 2 is Respondent 1's principal broker, which were owned by a company solely owned by Respondent 1. Complainant states that Respondent 1 does not disclose on the listings for these properties that Respondent 1 is owner agent, which complainant believes is unethical. After the complaint was received by the staff, a search of Respondent 1's company website was performed, which included information about the company and the individuals involved with it, which also stated on one page that the company was the fastest growing residential and commercial real estate firm in the city. Therefore, complaints were opened against Respondent 1 for a possible unlicensed branch office, as well as Respondent 2 for failure to supervise Respondent 1. Respondents each submitted responses to the complaint. Respondent 1 states that it was an oversight that Respondent 1's MLS listings did not state that Respondent 1 was owner agent, but the issue has been corrected, and copies of MLS listings were provided to evidence this, which all include Respondent's license firm as the listing firm. Further, Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 always signs a personal interest disclosure. Respondent 1 states that confusion may have arisen regarding the company being an unlicensed branch office due to the above referenced statement about the company being a growing firm. Respondent states that the company is not a brokerage firm, but is instead a rehab and development company, and Respondent states that there had been IT problems, but the issue was corrected on the website, and attached printouts of the website to show that the statement was removed, and each page of the website now includes the name and telephone number of Respondent's licensed firm, as well as a statement that Respondent 1 is a real estate licensee. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 1 was one of the first agents other than Respondent 2 to begin to buy investment properties, and Respondent 2 instructed Respondent 1 regarding the applicable rules and disclosures required for this activity. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 includes these type of rules as part of in-house trainings for affiliated licensees. Respondent 2 recognizes that Respondent 2 is responsible for the content and accuracy of firm listings, and Respondent 2 addressed the issues with the owner-agent designation on the MLS pages, and also discovered the content of Respondent 1's company's webpage, and immediately worked with Respondent 1 to ensure that any misrepresentation was removed, and that Respondent 1 disclosed that Respondent 1 was a real estate licensee, and the name and phone number of Respondent's firm was on each page of the website. Respondent 2 states that these issues will again be addressed in the 2013 in-house training to ensure all affiliated licensees are aware of these rules and regulations. Though it appears that Respondents immediately took action to correct the issues on the website, Respondent 1 might benefit from a letter of instruction regarding TREC's advertising rule, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss this to Respondent 2, but as to Respondent 1, send a letter of instruction regarding 1260-02-.12, which is the advertising rule.
Questions or comments of Ms. Crop?
Can I say a word?
You can say 2 words.
Well, thank you. So here's where I'm confused. I mean, there's clearly a violation. I mean, it sounds to me like there was a violation, and Respondent 1 and Respondent 2 admit there was a violation. But they made efforts to correct the violation. So I'm just not sure what our charge is because they corrected it, is everything okay? Or because there was a violation, should there be a penalty? And that's just a rhetorical question at the moment. You may have comments on that.
The complaint, like I said earlier on, the complaint was open based on concerns that this person was operating an unlicensed branch office. However, with all the information they provided, it appears that the listings were always through the licensed firm, and that the issues with the website, which initially we believed might indicate an unlicensed branch, were just things that this affiliate had put on there and had not realized would give rise to misrepresentation. However, this person got with the principal broker. The principal broker promptly addressed, the concerns, which was that one statement that could have been seen as misleading. However, the rest of the website did refer to the company as a rehab and development company. It didn't repeatedly say that. There was one statement in there, and they did work promptly to correct it. As to whether you all want to take action against them for this, that's up to you, but based on the nature of the fact that the complaint was originally based on an owner-agent designation, which is not even really a rule any longer. It's just that we require the personal interest disclosure, and that they explained and corrected the issues. I thought the letter might be appropriate under those circumstances. It's, of course, up to you all.
Chairman?
Mr. Alexander.
If there is a violation, there is a violation among a trade organization. The first time you got to disclose that you are an owner of a property is whenever you start to write a contract. So there's really not a violation of TREC, the way I interpret it.
There could have been, once we found the information on the website, there could have arguably been some advertising issues, which is what we found, but like I said, they worked to correct those.
The policy statement stating that you do not have to put on your signs that you are a owner, agent, or in a window or anywhere you're advertising that you're an agent.
Julie, is that a policy statement or is that a rule?
Policy statement.
I know it used to be a rule and it was removed. I don't have all the policy statements in front of me at this point. It was previously a rule regarding that, but it is no longer within the advertising rule.
Can you get us a copy of that policy statement? No, there's not one?
It was a rule, and so by removing it from the rules, it was a rule, and then when we removed it from the rule, so then it was no longer. Right. So
you removed the fact that you had to disclose that.
Right,
Okay.
and so there wasn't a policy because there wasn't any. The commission didn't see a reason to do that, because by removal of that, there was...
So it never has to be disclosed?
It does, but the owner agent designation on the sign is no longer within the rule.
Okay, but we were discussing this earlier. At what point, according to rules or policies, does it have to be disclosed that you're the owner agent? And where do we find that?
When you start to write a contract.
403 is the duty to all parties, and I don't know that it has a specific time. It says a licensee who provides real estate services in a real estate transaction shall owe the following duties. And one of those duties is to not engage in self-dealing nor act on behalf of the licensee's immediate family or on behalf of any other individual, organization, or business entity in which the licensee has a personal interest without prior disclosure of the interest and timely written consent of all parties to the transaction. So one might argue when you write the contract, if you're providing real estate services at that point, that would be the point at which that disclosure would need to be made.
And that's 403?
6213-403, particularly subsection 7A.
And corrected about the policy. It was a policy, and then when they removed it, then the policy disappeared.
Well, I wanted some clarification on that, because I have people call me all the time about that particular rule that went away and what governs it now as far as when you have to notify somebody.
That rule did go, and we still do have those personal interest disclosure requirements. And I actually believe there's a rule well, no, that's talking about purchasing. It also says under Rule 1260.02-.11, subsection 2, it says all licensees shall identify themselves as a licensee when buying or selling property for themselves. That is another relevant rule to it. But the owner agent designation rule has been removed. Now, I'm not sure if the associations have rules governing that, but that was removed from the Real Estate Commission's rule a few years back, the owner agent on the sign.
Where it comes up, I think it is, in this particular case, in the MLS, it asked if they were owned it, and they said no. And isn't that correct?
The person complained that it did not state owner agent in it. And they actually went ahead and added that to all of them anyway.
Ms. Jara, isn't there a question? You keep up with the MLS, and I don't. Isn't there a question on the MLS sheet whether you own the property or not?
Yes, it is.
So what my contention is, that's a trade association requirement and not a TREC requirement.
Well, it was more a question of when does it have to be disclosed? Do you have to do it when they come to look at the property? Do you have to do it if you're writing a contract? Or when exactly do you have to disclose that? And was more the question, because I do have people who own properties that want to know, when do I have to tell them that?
I can tell you what the intent was when it started out as a policy statement. It was the intent that you did not have to do it until you were ready to enter into a contract, whether it be for lease, sale, list, or whatever it was. I'm very familiar with it. That's a Haynes-Alexander policy statement with the approval of the entire commission. So I know what the intent was.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McMillan.
move to adopt council's recommendation.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner McMillan and a second by Commissioner Grease to accept council's recommendation. Any other discussion or questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 7.
For 72013005671, complainant was the seller of a property which was a short sale, and respondent, an affiliate broker, was the buyer's agent. Complainant states that respondent and buyers came and entered complainant's home without her permission. Complainant states that when complainant arrived and told them to leave, respondent and buyers replied that they would not leave until they were finished. Complainant states that respondent told complainant they had every right to be there and they would leave if the police arrived and told them to leave. Complainant contacted the police and states that the police took their time to remove respondents and buyers and allowed them to leave the cars parked in the driveway and stand in the yard as long as they wanted. Complainant also states that Goodwill was scheduled for a pickup and respondent sent them away. Complainant also states that buyer's inspector vandalized complainant's hot water heater as the inspector wrote on the heater with the Sharpie. Respondent submitted a response along with statements from the inspector, closing attorney, and buyers, as well as other documentation stating that a home inspection was originally scheduled for Sunday, but respondent contacted complainant's agent by phone regarding rescheduling the inspection for the day before Saturday. Apparently, due to the fact that this was a short sale, there was also an issue about the closing date, and attorneys were involved to assist in also scheduling the inspection. According to a letter from one of the attorneys spoke and determined that the inspection would take place over the weekend with the agents to work out the details. As stated in both the response and in the written statements of the buyer and the inspector, when the police arrived, respondents and buyers were outside the home and were told by the police that complainant thought the inspection and walkthrough was to be on Sunday, and complainant yelled and accused the inspector of vandalizing the home. Respondent, the buyers, and inspector then prepared to leave after being requested by the police, and both respondent and the buyer state that the police told the buyers that perhaps the buyers should find another home as complainant was being unreasonable. Concerning the Goodwill pickup, respondent states that when Goodwill came to the door, respondent would not allow them in and asked them to wait until complainant was present or to come back, and when they returned, complainant was still not present. In his statement, the inspector states that the inspection was scheduled for that date and time, and that as he was in the process of summarizing the findings, complainant entered and demanded to know who everyone was, which the inspector states respondent attempted to explain, but respondent called the police. When accused of vandalism by complainant, the inspector states that he explained that he had noted the presence of an open pilot light on a hot water heater, and this notation was common practice during an inspection and a courtesy to the prospective buyer. Complainant sent an additional response stating that the testimonies were lying statements. Complainant states that complainant was scared when she realized that people were in the home after she had moved out, and that despite statements to the contrary, this was not a racial issue. Based on all the documentation submitted, it appears to have been a misunderstanding or a miscommunication regarding when the inspection was to take place. However, there does not appear to be a violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Have a motion by Commissioner Collins to accept council's recommendation, and seconded by Commissioner McMullen. Commissioner Alexander.
Somebody have this property listed? Was it listed?
They indicated there was a listing broker.
Well, did the respondent have an appointment to show this property?
It wasn't for a showing, it was for the inspection, and the respondent provided phone records showing that the respondent had called the listing broker about rescheduling this. The respondent stated that they spoke and it was determined it was to be held on Saturday, and that respondent believed there was a miscommunication between the complainant and the complainant's broker regarding the change in the day. No, it's not.
Oh, you know, it may be a short sale, but until the short sale is completed, the complainant still own the house. They control it whether they want, who they want let in and out. I don't know whether it's not a violation there. That's all I got to say. Walk into my house if I don't want you in there.
If you're trying to get it sold.
I understand.
How did they get in?
I believe the lockbox might have still been there. The complainant was absent. I think it's a rather lengthy file, but they believed that the person had already vacated. The responses from the inspector, from the respondent, from the attorney stated that it was everybody's common understanding that they thought the inspection had been moved to Saturday. There was no comment from the complainant's broker. Apparently that conversation took place by phone. Like I said, there were phone records provided which outlined that there were a number of calls between respondent and the complainant's broker on the day before. So
I don't know what kind of track violation it would be, but I certainly think they got an ethics complaint. for going into a house without an appointment, if that was the case.
Well, I
It
think,
sounds like there's a dispute about whether there was an appointment.
I think there is a question of whether there was an appointment. There were several people saying that there was one, and I just...
That's why I think it would come down to an ethics complaint. Yeah. He said, she said kind of thing. Of course, inspectors going around marking on water heaters is not very typical either.
Okay, what's your pleasure? We got a
Moved and seconded.
we got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner McMullen to accept council's recommendation. What do you want to do?
Vote on it.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
We have 5 yeses, 1 abstention, and 1 no.
Who was the abstention?
Commissioner Grease abstained.
Walked out.
Commissioner Alexander voted no. Number 8.
Number 8, 2013-005681. This is a TREC open complaint based on marketing materials submitted to the TREC office, which were sent by respondent, an unlicensed individual, in which respondent encourages the recipients of the mailing to contact respondent because respondent wants to buy their house. The top of the mailing references the name of a business, but the mailing is signed by respondent individually. The mailing states that respondent is not a realtor and does not work for a real estate company, and respondent does not want to list the person's house, but instead wants to buy the house. In the mailing, respondent states that respondent is usually able to buy the houses within a relatively short time period because respondent works with private funds through respondent's association with a group of private investors. Respondent's mailing indicates that respondent intends to buy these houses in order to sell them later for a profit. Respondent submitted a response through an attorney which stated that respondent is not engaged in any of the activities covered by the definition of broker within the Broker Act, and respondent does not broker real estate or act as an agent on behalf of any third party. The attorney states that respondent is the only principal for the business referenced on the mailings, which is not currently registered as a business entity with the Secretary of State's office, and the mailings reference to private investors is merely used with respect to respondent arranging financing for respondent's purchase of the house and not because of any ownership of the acquired property by those investors. Further, the attorney states that respondent contacts third parties for the sole purpose of notifying those parties that respondent may be interested in purchasing those parties' properties if agreeable terms for the sale are met. Based on this information, it does not appear that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Is this the West Tennessee case?
I'm not sure, but I don't know that I should give it away. It might give identifying information. If you're not sure, you may want
Tennessee
to...
case.
Well, I think this is a West Tennessee case, and if that's the if this is a West Tennessee case, it probably bears more looking into.
I'll second Commissioner Alexander's motion to dismiss.
Motion made by Commissioner Alexander and seconded by Commissioner Grease to take council's recommendation and dismiss. Any other discussion or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
It could be also a Middle Tennessee case.
It could be East Tennessee, too.
Well, maybe we need to investigate it regardless of what part of the state it's in.
What is there to investigate if you're an individual?
There's no
And you've got
company
money
here
in your pocket
either.
and you want
so-
to buy something, or you can get it financed.
There's not even the question of this falling under the corporation or LLC exemption because this wouldn't be another legal entity even. This is not a register. This person has got a business name that they're the sole person behind it. I spoke with the individual on the phone as well.
You buy houses cheap. You've seen the ads. Sell them high. Number 9.
2013-005691. Complainant alleges that respondent, an unlicensed company located out of state, is neither a licensed real estate firm nor a licensed auction firm and is conducting an auction of multiple properties located in Tennessee. Specifically, complainant alleges that respondent has sent out numerous sales packages to prospective purchasers soliciting sealed bids for the sale of several properties, and the respondent is requiring earnest money to be submitted to respondent in another state where respondent is located. Complainant alleges that respondent is misrepresenting itself in respondent's advertising, which states that respondent's auction is being conducted in conjunction with an individual who is a licensed broker and auctioneer. auctioneer. Respondent submitted a response to an attorney stating that the complaint and allegations are not clear and appear to be a blanket-type complaint submitted to TREC, the Auctioneer Commission, and possibly more regulatory agencies. With regard to the allegation that Respondent is acting as a real estate broker in Tennessee without a license, Respondent's attorney states that Respondent previously employed and was working with an individual who is a properly licensed real estate broker and auctioneer with regard to taking the sealed bids. After receiving the complaint, in order to avoid any confusion, Respondent's attorney states that Respondent has immediately ceased the current sales process of taking sealed bids and is in the process of having the owner work directly with a properly licensed broker or auctioneer in Tennessee. Respondent's attorney submitted additional information stating that as soon as complaints were filed against Respondent obtained Tennessee counsel, and after discussing the matter with legal counsel, took a number of steps, including terminating Respondent's sealed bid agreement with the property owner, and the property owner engaged a licensed auction firm, real estate firm, as the broker for the sale, removing all advertisements for Respondent conducting the sale from Respondent's website, and reflecting the auction firm, real estate firm as broker in advertisements. All bids were sent to the property owner with bid deposit checks made to the owner's title company, and the bid deadline was pushed back slightly to ensure a smooth transition for the broker auctioneer and his firm who handled the sale. Respondent's attorney states that Respondent expended significant effort and cost in ensuring that Respondent did everything necessary to address the complaint allegation and ensure that they were compliant with Tennessee law in the future. Respondent's attorney states that any wrongdoing was not intentional and has been corrected. The recommendation is a letter of warning regarding the definition of broker found at Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-102 4A and B and Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-103.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Motion by Commissioner DeShara to take council's recommendation with a letter of warning, and do I hear a second? Second by Commissioner Haynes. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, since you're an auctioneer, is this a big issue in the state, out-of-state auctions conducted by out-of-state firms?
I have not been made aware of this type of activity going on.
This was also turned in as a complaint to the Auctioneer Commission, and they handled it at their meeting on Monday as well.
Did they take action on it?
They issued a letter considering a letter of warning considering the steps that had been taken to stop the sale before it occurred.
So this complaint was sent to
both
to us and to the Auctioneer Commission. This is really more of a matter for them than us.
Well, the definition of broker does cover auction or offer to auction. So I guess that when staff received the complaint, since it was sent over to them, that's why it was open. But the Auctioneer Commission had more in-depth questions regarding the process of the sealed bid sale. Did it constitute an auction, etc.? But based on the fact of the corrective steps that were taken and my discussions with the attorney, that's why they determined to issue the letter. So. But it does arguably fall under the definition of broker as well, which is, I'm assuming, why this was opened as well on this side when it was forwarded to the TREC office.
Hey, we had... Help me here.
Got a motion on the floor.
I know who.
I made it. Michelle seconded it.
Okay. Commissioner DeShara made it, and Commissioner Haynes seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. After these next two, after we finish 10 and 11, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, come back, and we'll finish and continue on until we finish the day.
10 and 11, 2013-005701, 2013-005702. Complainant was the buyer of a property, and Respondent 2, affiliate broker, was the seller's agent. Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's principal broker. Complainant states that they purchased the home, and when cold weather came, Complainant attempted to use the heated bathroom floor and found that the floor did not work. Complainant states that Complainant attempted to contact the seller's contractor, and the contractor would not return their calls, so Complainant hired an electrician who found a short in the wiring, which required a full replacement. After removal of the floor, it was discovered that the subfloor had no support and new subfloors had to be installed. Complainant states that Complainant's agent contacted Respondent 2 and asked for more information about the floor, and in an email exchange, Respondent 2 stated that at the last minute the seller mentioned to Respondent 2 that the floors did not work, and Respondent 2 forgot to convey that information. Complainant states that this issue was not included on the property disclosure by the seller. The seller also apparently included a statement regarding improvements done as part of the sale information, but did not indicate any problem with the floor.
Respondent 2 submitted a response stating that the seller did not mention the inoperative floors when the property disclosure was filled out. Later, Respondent 2 did question the seller, who then admitted the floor heater did not work, and Respondent 2 forgot to mention it. The inspection did not reveal the problem either. Respondent 2 states that this was an oversight on Respondent 2's part and that it had occurred during the time Respondent 2 was dealing with the passing of Respondent 2's father. Respondent 2 states that after review with Respondent 1, respondents turned the matter over to the Arizona Emissions carrier to settle the claim. Respondent 2 also states that Respondent 2 sent a letter of apology and offered to assist in getting the floors fixed. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 did fail to mention the floors were not working, but that after the disclosure statement was completed and just prior to closing, the seller only then mentioned the issue to Respondent 2 after Respondent 2 asked about a switch in the bathroom. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 sent an email stating that Respondent 2 would assist in getting the floors fixed but did not receive any response. Respondent 2 states that due to the failure of the seller to mention the problem in the property disclosure at closing, respondents did contact the Errors and Emissions Insurance Company and the matter was resolved for the complainants. Respondent 1 states that Respondent 1 was not aware of the problem until a letter was sent to Respondent 2 by an attorney, and this was addressed to the E&O carrier during the time period after the complaint was filed. Completion of the property disclosure is the responsibility of the seller. However, while Respondent 2 was told the floors did not work shortly before closing, it would appear that Respondent 2 simply forgot due to the timing around Respondent 2's father's passing and family issues. Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213.4032 states that a licensee has the duty to all parties to disclose any adverse facts of which the licensee has actual notice or knowledge. However, Tennessee Code Annotated Section 665206 defines adverse facts as conditions or occurrences generally recognized by competent licensees that significantly reduce the structural integrity of improvements to real property or present a significant health risk to the occupants of the property. Further, the E&O carrier ultimately addressed the issue with Respondent having to pay a $1,000 damage deductible. The recommendation is to dismiss.
I have a question, Ms. Crop. In the complaint, the phrase Respondent 1 states that Respondent 2 did not fail to mention the floors were not working. Now, I'm a little confused about what that means.
I'm sorry, where are you looking at?
The third line down on page number 10, up at the top of that page.
Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's principal broker, and that person submitted a separate response. So in Respondent 1, the principal broker's response, he stated that he acknowledged that Respondent 2, the affiliate, did fail to mention that the floors were not working. From there on, where I say where Respondent 1 states, that's referencing the response that was submitted by the principal broker.
But the floors were not working. I mean, how does
floors?
It was heated floors.
Okay, the heated floor. Okay,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd said that in the first paragraph, but I probably should have mentioned.
That's where I missed on that.
The floor was there. It was just not warming. I'm sorry. I probably should have added heated.
Then when they took it out, the subfloors weren't there.
Yeah.
Neither.
Okay, we have a motion.
No, we don't.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Because I'm still not sure there wasn't some issues with disclosure.
Well, now's your
I guess my
opportunity.
issue with the disclosure is adverse fact. If there was no subfloor in there either,
Well, I don't think that was something that the respondent was even arguably aware of. They were aware. They admitted awareness that the heat did not work, but there was no allegation that there was any awareness of a lack of subfloor in the complaint.
Question. 6213.403.2 says that you have the duty to disclose to each party to the transaction any adverse facts of which the licensee has actual notice or knowledge. And then you're referring to 665206 for the definition of adverse facts. Why is that the definition you're supposed to use in the other title?
Well, that's the property disclosure law. That's the section that deals with property disclosures, and it's not defined within the Brokers Act, but since it's related to a property disclosure issue, and I was able to locate a definition when I was researching the property disclosure statutes, I thought that was the most informative thing that I could find, since it's not defined within the Broker Act. But it is a closely related issue in this instance. I thought the issue might come up of what does that mean, and it was the best I could
could find to define it. And I think the reason for the recommendation had something to do with, the facts around the explanation, the fact the person did admit it, offer to help correct it. It was turned over to E&O, it was corrected. This person did have to pay a significant amount toward correcting the issue. You may all determine that further action is necessary or a letter is appropriate, but I was taking those facts into consideration with the recommendation. So that's just the standpoint where I was coming from with that.
Well, I'm kind of like John on this matter. I'm not really sure. I mean, or if they did something wrong and they've corrected it, then we just slap them on the hand, or don't even do that, and we just say, well, that's okay because they fixed it, and we ignore it? Or are we supposed to address the fact that they did something wrong?
Well, there is arguably question here too is the heating of the floor an adverse fact. I realize if she had known about the subfloors and not disclosed it, that could compromise the structural integrity, but the matter of just the heating, there's that issue to be considered too. It's up to you all. It's just I tried to put as much information in here as possible to spur a conversation if we needed to.
Well, they admit, though, that they knew about it, and they didn't disclose it. Is that not right?
That's correct. This person admits that they were told about it shortly beforehand, but I'm trying to work it into the statute of what they're required to disclose, and like I said, that's why I included the definition. You can feel free to...
So really the reason to dismiss it would come down to just their excuse that, well, I was... obviously death of a parent is a bad thing, but, does that excuse not disclosing that, what I would consider, I don't know what the technical definition of adverse fact is, but to me that seems like it would be an adverse fact.
Well, to me, if there's something mechanical about the house that does not work and you know that, then that is an adverse fact.
I missed it in my book. It is in the Brokers Act. It's substantially the same definition of adverse fact, but I can read it if you'd like for me to.
Where is it?
It's 6213-102, subsection 2. I don't know how I passed over it. It's substantially the same as the other. It says adverse facts means conditions or occurrences generally recognized by competent licensees that have negative impact on the value of the real estate, significantly reduce the structural integrity of improvements to real property, or present a significant health risk to the occupants of the property.
Well, heated floors would have an effect on the value of the property.
So then there could be a potential cite to that 6213-403, and under the rules, the range of civil penalties, even though that's not one of the ones directly outlined within the civil penalties rule, I believe. You have in your new rule that a violation of any, let's see, well, I guess it would fall under 6213-312B14, which is violating any provision of the chapter, and the range for that is $50 to $1,000.
I think that where the violation is, I think you can forget about the subfloor. I don't know what's under this carpet unless I tear it out or somebody finds it.
There was no allegation that she knew of the subfloor. It's the heated.
But when they had knowledge, and they admit they had the knowledge that the electrical heating system in the floor was not working, and they didn't tell anybody. They sat on it. They forgot it. Well, just because I forget it, it doesn't mean I'm still not liable for it.
And
Julie, what part of the rule has the civil penalties that you were looking at?
civil penalties rule is 1262.32, and that was recently revised. I think copies of all of the new ones, when we had the last rulemaking, it cleared up that some of the things were offline with that, but the range for 312B14, which is violating any provision of the chapter, is $50 to $1,000.
And the factors to consider are also included within that. And I think in this case, with this individual already paying $1,000 damage deductible to have the situation corrected, might be something to consider in the amount of penalty to impose for the violation of 62-1340. Lost my page.
403.
403. Sorry, I flipped back over. 403, specifically subsection 2.
We had a motion on the floor, but nobody ever seconded it. So,
Mr. Chairman,
so that motion has died. Yes, Commissioner McMullen.
move for a civil penalty of $500.
I'll second that.
A motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner DeShara, that we impose a $500 civil penalty.
Question. Civil penalties to which one?
That's what I was going to ask, since there's two respondents.
One or both?
The broker, it was open purely as a failure. It was a failure to supervise issue. There was no indication that the broker knew about the condition of the floors, but that's, of course, up to you all in your determination.
It's hard to supervise something you didn't know anything about.
Civil penalty from my motion would be as to respondent 2.
Commissioner McMullen's motion with the $500 civil penalty was to respondent number 2. The affiliate broker, yes. Any further discussion?
Yeah, you got a second.
Commissioner DeShara, second.
Call for the question.
McMullen's question has been called. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No. I'm going to abstain.
We have 4 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 1 no.
Who abstained? You?
Me and Commissioner Alexander, and Commissioner Grease voted no.
What about, did that motion include the principal broker? I'm sorry, I only took down the
No, did not include a
All
principal
right.
broker.
So what's
did it
the outcome of the
address-
motion, Mr. Chairman?
4 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 1 no.
Passed.
Passed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Move
Commissioner.
to dismiss as to respondent 1.
A second.
Have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and second by Commissioner DeShara to dismiss as to respondent 1. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I call this Real Estate Commission meeting back into session, Commissioner Alexander. Steve Sims, run him off. We only need 5, and we got you.
I know I'm the swing vote.
Come on up here.
I know how the 3 of you. I don't know for sure how Austin going to vote every time, but I know that.
Okay, we're back on the session, and we're back on the legal report. We're back to number 12.
Okay. Excuse me. 2013005721. Complainant is a property owner who alleges that respondent, a principal broker, breached the parties' property management agreement by failing to carry out the duties specified under their agreement. Complainant listed a number of breaches, including but not limited to failing to supervise repairs, failing to properly handle a mold problem in the unit, and that respondent did not see the property during the initial 3 years of the management agreement, and that respondent sent repairmen out to the property to handle issues and merely sent the owner a bill without proactively getting involved in the issue. Complainant included a copy of a demand letter sent to respondent by complainant's attorney, which demands termination of the management agreement and the return of all keys, as well as sending the current tenant's deposit. Respondent submitted a response stating that complainant canceled the management agreement. Respondent denies complainant's allegations with regard to respondent's management of the property, stating that respondent approved and supervised all repairs and paid the invoices, and that respondent visited the property whenever there was a complaint and also to ensure all repairs were performed correctly. As to the mold problem, respondent states that when this occurred in 2011, respondent was notified by the tenant and sent a handyman to look take a look, and respondent personally inspected the unit with a plumbing technician, and a leak was repaired and all necessary repairs were made to rid the mold, paint the unit, and have it ready to show for a new tenant in a short period of time. When the most recent tenant vacated the property, respondent performed the walkthrough to view the property's condition and determined that the deposit was due to complainant, so the check was mailed to complainant and all paint colors and keys were given to the new property manager as requested. It does not appear that there was a violation of Trex laws and or rules by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Alexander and seconded by Commissioner McMullen to take council's recommendation to dismiss. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
2013005791. Complainant is a licensee who states that a property owner contacted complainant regarding managing the owner's property, which had been handled by respondent, an unlicensed individual with an unlicensed company. Complainant states in the complaint that the property was in disrepair and complainant did not believe that it had been managed by a licensed professional. Based on the complaint, a search was conducted of respondent's company website, which showed 3 property listings and indicated that it performed property management services. A copy of the complaint was sent to respondent at the address featured on the website, which was returned to Trex office with a notation stating attempted, not known, and unable to forward. Legal counsel followed up with the complainant, who stated that complainant does not have information regarding the property owner referenced in the complaint because complainant did not ultimately begin managing the property. Further, complainant stated that complainant did not believe respondent was any longer in business. Legal counsel then attempted to contact the telephone number on the website and reached a young woman who stated that she worked from her home in another state and therefore could not provide a business address, but stated that they are involved with apartments and provided respondent's cell phone number. Legal counsel obtained a possible alternate address through the internet for respondent's company, and attempts were made to reach respondent by telephone, by mail at the alternate address, and by fax to the fax number on the original website. In the response to the fax, another business contacted legal counsel stating that respondent had not been at that location in over 3 years and had no forwarding address for respondent. Further, the individual believed that respondent was out of the real estate business altogether. Attempts to contact respondent the cell phone number unsuccessful, and it appears that the alternate address obtained is that of a UPS store. Based on the lack of information regarding respondent's activities and the ability to determine where respondent is located, it is recommended this matter be closed and reopened in the event that additional information is obtained. As a verbal side to this, about 15 minutes before I came down to the meeting this morning, I received an email from this individual stating that my letter was received on Monday, which had requested a response no later than yesterday, and gave me a vague indication that he would send me some information in the future. I don't know if, based on this new information that I obtained this morning, you all want to defer this to next month. I still don't have a physical address of where this person is or any real indication of what they're doing. We can put it off till next month to see if he's forthcoming with information, but as far as sending an investigator, I still have no physical address. We can push it off for a month and see if he's willing to provide me with more information.
Chair would entertain a motion to defer for 1 month this complaint.
That's my motion.
That's my second.
Commissioner McMullen makes a motion that we defer for a month, and second by Commissioner Alexander. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
You got to wait for a vote.
Y'all got to speak up. Pay attention.
You got to slow down.
I knew what the vote was.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll slow down.
2013006131. Complainant signed a contract with respondent, an unlicensed company, for discounted travel, lodging, air, and car services. Within a few days, complainant states that complainant contacted respondent's office by phone to rescind the contract but was unable to reach the appropriate individual. Respondent states that complainant discovered there's a 10-day right of rescission and not a 3-day right of rescission, so complainant sent certified letters, emails, and faxes to respondent informing them of the contract rescission. Complainant states that complainant received correspondence from an attorney stating that respondent was not a timeshare or vacation club and complainant could not cancel the contract after the 3 days. Complainant believes that complainant falls under the definition of vacation club and a 10-day right of rescission exists. Respondent submitted a response stating that the Timeshare Act of 1981 does not apply to respondent's program. Respondent states it is not a vacation club as defined in the Timeshare Act and points to its own terms and conditions, which state that the agreement constitutes an agreement for services but is not an acquisition in any interest in real estate, and membership does not provide the purchaser with ownership in or the recurring right to use any accommodation or facility. Respondent states that respondent was allowed a discount on membership with a referral to a third-party company where respondent could be assisted with getting rid of an unwanted timeshare. Further, respondent states that complainant was aware of the cancellation period, although it appears that complainant also signed an addendum acknowledging there was no rescission period. Respondent also attached and referenced a letter from its attorney stating that it is inaccurate to apply the terms of the Timeshare Act and denies any wrongdoing. Respondent's attorney outlines why respondent is not a vacation club as defined in the Timeshare Act, stating there are no particular accommodations, facilities, or sites at which a participant is granted a recurring right of use, but instead the participant can seek reservations at a variety of destinations which are satisfied on a first-come, first-served availability basis. Respondent states that it has tried to contact complainant to work with complainant but has received no response. Based on this information, it does not appear that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
Commissioner Collins makes a motion to dismiss, and seconds by Commissioner Haynes. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries. Number 15.
2013007071. Complainants attended a sales presentation given by respondent, unlicensed company, same respondent as before, where complainants purchased a membership into respondent's vacation travel program for discounted travel and lodging services. At the presentation, complainants traded in their existing timeshare and received a discounted price for respondent's vacation travel program. Complainants submitted documentation that they signed up and paid for the membership with respondent and traded complainant's timeshare directly to a third-party timeshare transfer company. Complainants also questioned the 3-day rescission period with respondent and another addendum which states there's no rescission period. After signing an agreement which states that complainants were transferring their timeshare to the third-party transfer company in exchange for equity credit, complainants decided not to sign over any of their information regarding their timeshare to the third-party transfer program due to concerns over the possible transfer, and complainants state that the third-party transfer company has not been responsive, and respondent will assume no responsibility for the transfer. Respondent submitted a response stating that complainants wanted to become members of respondent's program and get rid of complainant's timeshare. Therefore, complainants became members, and as a courtesy, respondent referred complainants to a third-party company to conduct the timeshare transfer while informing complainants that the timeshare transfer be strictly between the third-party company and complainants, as complainant does not and never has taken in timeshare ownerships. Respondent states that it has breached no duty or agreement with complainants and states that the focus of the complaint appears to be based on the third-party transfer company. As addressed in the previous complaint, it appears that respondent is not engaged in unlicensed activity, as it appears by all evidence shown that respondent does not fall within the Timeshare Act. Additionally, as discussed in a conversation with respondent's sales manager, that respondent has no involvement with the timeshare transfers, and respondent is not compensated for the transfers that take place with the third-party transfer company, but respondent only gives equity credit toward membership in respondent's program as a marketing technique. Based on the documentation provided and obtained, it does not appear that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity. Therefore, the recommendation is to dismiss.
Is this fraudulent enough that we should turn it over to the Attorney General?
I don't know. It could be an issue, and I honestly think that these two complaints were also referred to Consumer Affairs, and that would be an issue that would then go through there. And that was the reason for my recommendation not to refer it to Consumer Affairs, because I believe I checked with Ms. Maxwell, and these were complaints that are already before it, and that might be an issue under the Consumer Protection Act that the AG may want to take issue with.
Somebody needs to address it.
Well, then we've got a motion by Commissioner Collins and seconded by Commissioner DeShara to take council's recommendation and dismiss. Any other questions or comments?
I got a question. Should we withdraw our action until Consumer Affairs?
No, because our only issue is whether it's unlicensed activity. Their issue would be under the Consumer Protection Act of is it unconscionable regarding this rescission period. Our issue... They're really operating under a totally separate set of laws, the Consumer Protection Act, which we can't provide any enforcement over, and by us dismissing it, we can't take action under that act anyway. So,
one more question, Julie. So they refer this timeshare owner to a third party, and at some point they give the complainant equity credit in their vacation club. Where does that credit come from? Do they get paid a fee by that third-party company?
they claim they don't have talked to them and received information from them saying that there's not. It appears to be a totally separate company, and the documents submitted appear to go directly between the complainants and that company. There's no mention of this company receiving the remuneration in it, and from all the information that I've obtained, There is none. It's just merely a marketing scheme of, hey, we'll knock some money off of your price. It's to attract people that are wanting to get rid of these timeshares.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 16.
2013006221. Complainant is a homeowner who states that respondent, an affiliate broker, was introduced at an annual homeowner association meeting as the new managing agent. Complainant states that it was not mentioned that respondent was affiliated with a licensed real estate firm, but respondent's resume, which was handed out, listed respondent as an affiliate broker with a licensed firm. Complainant states that respondent does not live in the subdivision but uses respondent's home address as the office of the HOA. Complainant states that the money was paid to respondent for property management fees instead of being paid to respondent's firm. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent was employed by the developer of the subdivision at the time of its development. In 2005, the developer entered into a management agreement with the subdivision, which was assigned to the developer to respondent in 2011. As managing agent for the subdivision, respondent states that respondent's duties include assisting with the preparation of an annual operating budget, sending annual dues statements to owners, depositing the annual dues into HOA banking account, paying invoices to maintain common spaces, notifying owners when covenants have been violated, coordinating the maintenance of the common spaces, and providing a financial report to the board of directors, and respondent is compensated for performing those duties. Respondent states that respondent's duties do not include the listing, selling, or leasing of any property. Respondent states that respondent's firm is not involved with respondent's independent management services because respondent is not renting or selling property, nor is respondent collecting rents or mortgage payments or handling rental properties. Respondent states that respondent's acts for the HOA do not fall under the acts defined within the Broker Act, specifically within the definition of broker found at Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 6213-1024A and B, which respondent states was also the opinion of two attorneys consulted by respondent. It does not appear that respondent is in violation of TREX laws and or rules, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Collins and seconded by Commissioner Haynes to take council's recommendation to dismiss. Do we have any discussion?
Just curious, why wouldn't this be considered a property management activity? I mean, what's different than what a property manager does?
Well, typically in a property management scenario that we see, and sometimes they can vary, a property manager negotiates leases, collects rents, holds security deposits for rentals, takes in a management collects rents, takes a management fee, and disperses that to the owner. This individual, as he states, just handles things related to the common areas, is not involved with the renting or holding any money on behalf of other people. He's compensated for performing these duties, and he did provide a copy of his agreement which confirms that these are the duties that he performs. They don't appear to fall within the definition of broker or within what a typical property manager does.
Under anybody, I don't think.
And I was just purely looking at his duties.
What they want, you know, and then they assess some of the subdivision owners. It's really kind of way out there. We don't want them either, but they don't seem to fall under anybody. They handle a lot of money, though.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to dismiss? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
17-2013-006271. Complainants attended a presentation and purchased a timeshare from respondent, a timeshare registration. Complainants state that there were verbal misrepresentations from the salespeople, including that their maintenance fees would not have to be paid and would be covered by points, and complainants were not allowed to closely read the documents they were signing and did not know of the cancellation period. Further, complainants state that they were not allowed to view the unit that they purchased and later learned that they could not use the unit until 2013. Respondent submitted a response denying complainants' allegations of misrepresentation. Respondent states that complainants purchased a timeshare interest for which they are currently in default for non-payment. Respondent denies that complainants were told that they would not have to pay maintenance fees, which are specified in writing and were signed by complainants. Further, respondent states that the contract for purchase and sale signed by complainants states that the first occupancy date is in 2013. Further, respondent states that all prospective buyers are given the opportunity to read and review documents and ask questions and are given a packet of all documents which contains a signed provision regarding the rescission period. Respondent provided copies of the referenced documentation. It appears that the sales presentation took place in another state for the sale of a timeshare interest located located in another state. Therefore, it does not appear that this particular transaction falls within TREC's jurisdiction. Despite this fact, the information provided does not evidence a violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner Haynes that we dismiss this complaint. Any discussion on this motion about this complaint? Hearing none, all in favor say yes.
Yes.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
See, we do pay attention to you.
I was getting ready to say, I was beginning to wonder.
Okay, the next one is a group 2013008381, 2013008382, 2013008383, 2013008384, 2013008385, 2013008386, 2013008387, 2013008421, and 2013008431. Complainants were the purchasers of timeshares from respondents. Respondent 1 is a timeshare registration. Respondents 2 through 7 are timeshare salespeople. Respondent 8 is the principal broker of Respondents 5 and 6, and Respondent 9 is or was the principal broker of Respondents 2, 3, 4, and 7. Complainants state that they purchased a timeshare first in October 2012 with the assistance of Respondents 2, 3, and 4, and with a subsequent upgrade purchase in January 2013 with the assistance of Respondents 5, 6, and 7. It appears that complainant's second contract from January 2013 was canceled during the rescission period, but complainants would like to cancel their first contract from October 2012 because complainants state that they were victims of fraud and told many lies during the sale, including but not limited to issues regarding resale, use and exchange of points, maintenance fees, refinancing the loan, and that complainants were not explained the rescission period in October, nor were documents explained to complainants. Respondents submitted a response confirming that complainants made 2 purchases, with the second purchase being canceled by complainants during the rescission period. Respondents deny that any of the alleged misrepresentations alleged by complainants were made during the October 2012 purchase, which appears to be at issue here. Specifically, respondents state that complainants were informed of the details of their purchase, including usage and financial obligations, as well as the fact that Respondent 1 does not offer a buyback program and there were no guarantees regarding refinancing or resale. In addition, respondents state that complainants signed documentation explaining the terms of the purchase. However, though respondents state that they believe there was no wrongdoing in the interest of customer goodwill, Respondent 1 agreed to release complainants from the second contract. The documentation within the file does not appear to substantiate a violation by respondents, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
I have a motion by Commissioner DeShara and seconded by Commissioner Collins to dismiss this complaint. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 27 is next.
2013008731. Complainants purchased a timeshare from Respondent, a timeshare registration, and alleged that sales representatives during the sales presentation made a variety of verbal misrepresentations, including but not limited to misrepresentations regarding the investment value of the property, the cost of visiting other resorts, the future addition of attractions to the resort, availability of accommodations, the size of the unit purchased, maintenance fees, and tax advantages of the purchase. Further, complainants said they were kept at the presentation longer than they were originally told, that the sale was high-pressured, and complainants were rushed through the closing process and not told of the rescission period. Respondents submitted a response through an attorney stating that the complainants initially purchased the timeshare interest from respondents in 2008 with 2 upgrades through mail-out contracts since that time. Respondents' attorney states that the misrepresentations alleged by complainants arise out of the 2008 sales presentation. Respondent denies that the alleged verbal misrepresentations were made with regard to issues such as investment or resale potential potential, the cost of visiting other resorts, adding amenities to the resort, the availability of accommodations, or tax advantages of the purchase. Respondent's attorney attached documents signed by complainants acknowledging several of these issues, such as the resale investment potential, the type of unit purchased, and the availability of units. Finally, respondent's attorney states that respondent has no record of complaints by complainants until complainants advised respondent that they could no longer afford the timeshare. It appears that this transaction occurred outside of TREC's statute of limitations. Despite that, however, there does not appear to be evidence of a violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to approve.
I hear a second. Motion to approve council's recommendation and dismiss was made by Commissioner DeShar and seconded by Commissioner Collins. Do I hear any discussion on this motion? Since I don't, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries. Number 28.
2013009591. Complainants attended a sales presentation given by respondent, an unlicensed entity, for membership into its Vacation Travel Club, which offers unlimited access into discounted travel pricing for its members for condos, cabins, hotels, cruises, and airfare. Complainants state that they received a credit toward the price of membership into Respondent's Club by trading in complainant's timeshare, which appears to have been handled by a separate company. Complainants claim misrepresentation and that they were promised a free flight and cruise for attending the presentation, which turned out to include fees, in which complainants were unable to book, and complainants are now being charged a yearly fee for family members to use the membership, which complainants were not told about during the presentation. Complainants state that since they purchased the membership in 2011, they've only used it once to travel to what was supposed to be a 4- or 5-star all-inclusive hotel in another country with transportation to the resort. But the resort was low quality and there was no transportation provided. Respondents submitted no response to the complaint, though it appears that complainants may have a number of issues with the respondent. The issue at hand is whether respondent, who is unlicensed, should be licensed with TREC. Based on the information provided, it does not appear that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity, and the recommendation is to dismiss.
What was paid for them to get this membership in this travel club? Was it in the file? Just out of curiosity. I'm just being nosy. I was going to say, we'll see how many national parks is on the port of call.
Membership price looks to have been $7,500, with a couple of lower fees ending up being around $8,000.
Just $8,000.
But they got credit for the equity in their timeshare.
This membership purportedly gives them discounted traveling, airfare, cruises, things like that through a booking system.
What do you want to do with this?
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Have a motion by Commissioner Grease to accept council's recommendation, and second by Commissioner Collins. Any other discussion or questions of Ms. Crop? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 29.
Last one, 2013009721. Complaint opened by TREC against respondent, a principal broker, based on respondent's failure to satisfy an agreed citation sent to respondent. Respondent was sent an agreed citation which included a civil penalty for an advertising violation discovered during an audit of respondent's firm involving the use of some advertising which did not include respondent's firm name as licensed with TREC. Because respondent had not signed and returned said agreed citation, the matter was opened in legal as a complaint. Soon after this matter was opened in legal, respondent submitted the executed agreed citation and paid the civil penalty included therein, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
I have a motion by Commissioner Collins to dismiss, seconded by Commissioner Grease. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye, and aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries.
That's all for my legal report.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Alexander.
Julie, I'd like for you, not today, but next month, go back through these complaints and tell me, or tell this commission next month, how many of these are the same company and the same representative or salespeople? You may know today, but I got a feeling that we've looked at about 10 or 12 today. We've looked at or heard for the last 2 or 3 months. I want to see if there's any connection and if they're the one in the same companies and sales.
14 and 15 were the same, but other than that, all of these were different, and they were different salespeople.
Different companies.
Yes, there were different registrations. Yes, some of these were large timeshare registrations, and let's see. 14 and 15 were the same, which I had said when I did the summary. 16, that was the HOA issue. 17 was a timeshare registration over here. 18, the one that involved numerous parties, involved a different registration. 27 involved a separate registration from the ones you heard before that. And 28, which was also a vacation club, was separate from the ones that were heard as 14 and 15. It was a different group. As far as the timeshare registrations themselves, these ones where people say that they bought and received, they had verbal misrepresentations. Probably some of these larger ones, we have had complaints of a similar nature before, but they do have large numbers of people coming through. And as far as I know, we have not seen a large amount of the same amount of complaints against the same salespeople. Now, they're always opened against the registration and the principal broker, but I don't think we've seen repeated complaints against the same salespeople when we've looked up the histories. Does that give you? Okay. I think it would be great if somebody went in there wired and got some of this on tape, because the difficulty is that it's a he said, she said type of thing, and there are individuals out there separately. Now, that's not saying that any or all of these complainants that assert these complaints against these timeshare registrations have been to these presentations, but there are also groups out there charging fees that advise people on how to file complaints, hoping that the resolution will be to release them from their contract. So, a lot of times the unfortunate part of it is the registration submits documents that are signed by the people acknowledging things, and it's just difficult to...
I sure don't want to go. I believe they're slick enough they'll have them sell me one.
I don't think they could sell you one. Do y'all want me to continue on, or do you need a short break before we...
No, continue on.
Okay.
Consent order log.
This is just typically what I present each month. If you have questions, you can let me know. The first page are just ones that are currently open. Once people have signed the consent orders, I move them to a separate page where I track them, because they do, all of our consent orders require truck attendance if it's a licensee. I keep them on the report for tracking purposes, but those are moved off of this listing. And also if somebody enters into a payment plan. And then I have a separate spreadsheet for people that are in litigation monitoring consent orders. These are just ones that are outstanding and basically in line for litigation. And I can, if nobody has any questions, move on to it's titled on here as an update on suspensions from TSAC and DHS. That was actually a question raised by Commissioner Northern at the last meeting, and he's not here, but I know some of you might have been interested too, so I did look into the issue a little further. Basically, his question was, when we receive information from the Tennessee Student Assistance Corporation and the Department of Human Services instructing us to suspend a license or reinstate it for non-payment of educational loans or of student loans or of child support, his question was, why do we have to do this? And I looked into some of the statutes, and with reference to the Tennessee Student Assistance Corporation, there's a statute within the chapter dealing with the Department of Commerce and Insurance, which specifically states that each board, commission, or agency referred to as the licensing authority in this section attached to the Division of Regulatory Boards shall suspend, deny, or revoke the license of or take other disciplinary action against any person who has defaulted on repayment or service obligation under any federal family education loan program. The Higher Education Act of 1965 is amended a student loan guaranteed or administered by TSAC or any other federal education loan or service conditional scholarship program. So that is the statute that mandates it in terms of these student loans. With regard to the Department of Human Resources and Child Support, that falls under Title 36, Part 7, which deals with domestic relations. Specifically, there's a number of statutes, but 365706 states that the certification from the department, meaning the Department of Human Services, shall be a basis for the denial, suspension, or revocation of a license, or for refusal to issue or reinstate a license by a licensing authority. It also states it mandates that the licensing authority shall notify by regular mail an obligor that their license has been suspended. Another section 365709 states the various licensing authorities shall cooperate with the department in any manner necessary to effectuate this part. And the definition of a licensing authority means the board, commission, or agency, including the Department of Safety, that has been established by statute or state regulation to oversee the issuance and regulation of any license, and it only excludes the Supreme Court from that. So if that provides answer. I know that was boring. You all look bored.
If I remember correctly, I think Isaac's concern was that those things should come before us, even if it was a rubber stamp. He was concerned that were we doing it right by not coming before us, but if you think we're doing it right by...
It wasn't me that made that call. Actually, Laura Betty, who was previously chief legal counsel, looked into all of this very detailed before she left and wrote out the correct notices, which we then provided to the executive directors, and they basically fill it out as a form, putting in name and license number, ensuring that these statutes are complied with in their entirety. So, I'm sorry. I hope that answers the question.
Well, I think that was his big concern, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I wanted to look into the statutes a little bit more in depth, and basically the mandate is there, and we've had Ms. Betty, who looked at it rather thoroughly to make sure that procedurally we were giving the correct notice as required. So,
forwarding that information, a little bit of that to him on an email, too? I think he would appreciate it. Yeah. What did you say? Forward that to Isaac. Just tell him, because he was real concerned over that.
I can give him that update. And the last thing I have is an update on the AG opinion request. Some of you all, most of you all are aware, Commissioner Grease, I think it was before you came on, I think, that this was requested. There was a request by the Commission for an Attorney General opinion, which was signed in May of 2012 by then Chairman Northern, asking for clarification regarding the exemption found at Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-104A1F. And there is a tab in your books talking about what I'm about to speak to. It's called AG opinion, and I believe Kelly sent this to you all ahead of time so you would have a chance to look at what I was about to say. The original question in that May 2012 opinion is quoted here, and it's underlined. If you want me to read it aloud to you, I can, but this was the question exactly as written to the Attorney General at that time. Okay. Is an individual who is a member officer of a limited liability company or corporation required to be licensed under the Tennessee Real Estate Broker Act when the individual engages in the routine rental or sales of properties owned by the limited liability company or corporation, when the primary function of the company or corporation is the purchase, sale, and rental of real estate? Is the individual required to be licensed if the individual's only compensation is based on his or her ownership interest in the limited liability company or corporation? Mr. Pugh had actually, I believe, drafted this opinion and had been working with the Attorney General's office on trying to get an opinion issued. And then, as you all know, he left at the end of April. Since that time, Michael Driver, who y'all met at the last meeting, one of the chief counsels, myself and Eve had a conference call with the Assistant Attorney General, and he just expressed that he was having difficulty with the question as drafted, arriving at an answer. So I tried to talk through with him some of his concerns, and I laid out the possible solution of breaking the question down a little bit more. And I did this by forming it into 3 questions, which I worked with Michael to help me draft. First of all, something that was not in the first question is, does the exemption provided in Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-104A1F apply to limited liability companies? Because the text of that exemption only says a corporation, and technically an LLC is a limited liability company, and that's what we're seeing a lot of. So seeking that simple clarification might be something that's easy for them to address and would just eliminate any confusion on our part. So I laid that out as one possible specific question. The next one, the second question would be, if an individual who's a member or officer of an entity which may receive the exemption under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-104A1F has the primary responsibility of performing activities for which a license is required under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-102 4A or B, that's the definition of broker, on behalf of such entity, does it matter whether or not the person's compensation is dependent upon or directly related to the value of the real estate to which the act is performed with regard to whether the exemption applies? Basically, in layman's terms, that means if you find that this is their vocation, do we even move forward to determine about their compensation? What is the AG's opinion? The third question is an individual who performs activities for which a license is required under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-102 4A or B on behalf of an entity which may receive the exemption under Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-104 A1F, but who does not do so as their vocation, exempt from licensure under the Tennessee Real Estate Broker License Act of 1973, if they receive payment based on a distribution of profits to the owners of the entity, which amount includes the money received by the entity for the sale of property and is distributed to all owners based on a percentage of ownership in the entity or other such calculation not directly related to the sale or rental of the property. This was my attempt and Michael's attempt to break down what hopefully the Commission was trying to determine, to see if I could provide this substantively to the AG to perhaps help give him a little more guidance into giving us a timely answer. If I've misconstrued any of your questions, I wanted to run this by you before I sent the information to him, because I was not the board attorney at the time that I think the Commission originally asked for this opinion. Therefore, I kind of came in a little bit on the back end. I was hoping by breaking this down into separate sections, it would make it easier for us to get a timely opinion, because I know it's been out there for a while. And basically where we arrived at through discussions with him was he was having difficulty with the question as originally presented. I don't believe this changes our question. I just hoped to break it down for him a little bit more. I was wondering you all's thoughts, if you thought these were still consistent with what the Commission was hoping to find out through getting this opinion, or if I have misunderstood something, please let me know, because I told him I would bring it to you all before updating him going forward, trying to move toward getting an opinion on this.
I think Commissioner Flitcroft is very concerned with this, too. Did you get any responses from him?
No, I actually wasn't aware he wasn't going to be at the meeting until recently, and so I know it was, it was sent out to all of you, and I did not get any response.
But I know he's mentioned it to me 2 or 3 times.
Well,
Because we hadn't heard anything, but I know he's real concerned with this.
He's out of state right now.
Okay. So he would be a good one to get an opinion from, too.
I just want to make sure that if I do provide these as clarifying questions, that they're remaining true to what the Commission was hoping to determine in the first place. And that may be something that I need to discuss with him, but I didn't know if any of the rest of you might have thoughts on it as well.
I was getting ready to say, how time critical is this?
basically, I don't believe we'll see an opinion until the AG gets some kind of clarification.
Okay. I'm tempted to ask if anybody would like to make a motion to defer this until next month so David Flitcroft could.
I'll make that motion. I mean, he's the one that has really been pushing this and is animate about it.
And
I have mixed feelings over
And
it.
he's in Salt Lake City today. Do you make a motion, Michelle, Commissioner Haynes, to defer to next month? Do I hear a second?
Although, actually, it really does.
Commissioner DeShara seconds that motion. We got a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion?
What do you hope to get from Commissioner Flitcroft? I mean, the question's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, the question is pretty straightforward.
I tried to remain true to the original question, yet break it down into separate parts where if the analysis stops after the vocation, that's great to know, but then we move forward to, if it is a vocation, what about the payment, rather than lumping it all in together, because I think that the Assistant AG's inclination was he was just having a hard time.
The real life situation, LLC developing a subdivision and putting one of their employees on site to sell the product, is that the issue that you're trying to get to?
Well, we have all kinds of different factual issues, and that's why we couldn't give him a set of facts per se, because we have different questions.
Right.
Every situation appears to be
It is
different.
more related, though, I would say, well, not to a subdivision, because you could have a model home set up for that. I mean, that might be a different situation. Like to the leasing and the leasing of property management, unlicensed property management, or, what might be unlicensed property management. The individuals who have an LLC set up that buy and sell properties within that LLC, some of which are large operations, not, just a small operation. Some are 900 strong. I think that's really what prompted. We sort of had a series of those that came before the commission, and there wasn't a real clear answer to those, and so the commission thought that getting an AG's opinion would clarify it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? We're going to defer it for 1 month. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries, and we will defer this till next month.
Can we ask her to mail her what she's come up with, Mr. Flitcroft, so he can be working on it?
I think she already has. She mailed it to all of us.
She emailed it to everybody. Now, but now, all of you think about it. I mean, it's because, like I say, this has come up before. An employee of an LLC that's out here involved in real estate activities, do they need to have a license if they're an employee of that LLC? Well, I think that's what we're trying to.
Or employee, or it got back to partial ownership of it too.
Employee or partial ownership, correct. Do you have anything else, Ms. Crop? That's all your report? You did an excellent job again this month. Thank you. Does anybody have anything else? Spring Summer News Journal?
Is it just an exhibit?
Okay.
It was emailed to you. Don't know if you didn't receive it. If you didn't receive it, I'd be more than happy to email it to you again. It's also loaded on our Trek webpage. For those in attendance, our news journal hasn't been mailed out in quite some time, so if you're looking for it in the mail, it probably won't be there. But if you go onto the Trek website, you'll see our current news journal as well as those that are archived.
Hey, Steve, let me ask you this. I didn't realize this until recently, but you guys are set up to send text notices out?
If you sign up online,
okay, so
it will send out a text or an email. However, we don't know, because we don't get to see that list. We know that there's about 500 out of, 24,000 people?
As of July the 26th, we only had 640 signed up, but we'd gotten a few more since that last email had gone out, so we wanted to sign all the commissioners signed up, great, because I was going to sign you up, but if you didn't send the confirming email, it wouldn't have worked.
So would you? So would that alert basically say the newsletter's out, go to the website to read it? Can
It
you
only
do
gives no news and updates from Commerce and Insurance based on TREC pertained laws and things like that.
it just
I could ask Kimberly if
Right now, it's not set up to
Okay.
do that. You're right. It's not, right now, it's just set up to send out, it was set up to comply with a statute that said we had to, that every regulatory body and agency had to be able to communicate by email. The notices of public hearings and statutes that were, adopted. So that was why it was set up. It hasn't, they haven't broadened it yet to include other notices, and it has to be done by a link. So anything that we send, you would have to be able to link it to our website. Right now it's not set up to send out an E&O letter, which would be great, or something like that. It's not set up to do that yet. They hope to expand it to do that, but
And
probably
why
not.
don't we mail it anymore? Is that what you said?
What'd you say?
You said we don't mail it?
No, we don't mail the News Journal.
Yeah, I know, but why don't we? Just money?
Cost? That was a decision that was made before I came on board, but it's my understanding it was cost, the postal cost.
And we get so much return. We get so much mail returned. It's just, it's unbelievable. And I mean, now we're keeping a list of every piece of mail we get returned. Where the Michelle, Amy, and Kimberly are now calling everybody whose mail we get returned if they can find a number, and asking them if what their address is, and trying to get correct names, numbers, telephone for people. But we still get just so much mail back. It's, I don't know. We don't understand why we get so much back, but we do.
Postal Service wants you to put another stamp on it and mail it again.
They do. That's what we do. We mail it out again if there's a forwarding address.
They really are just sending things back that don't need to be sent back, just so you had to mail it.
That's what I think. I think one day they go by and go, we don't feel like delivering that today. We're just gonna pass
Let's
it.
just put them all back.
Slap that sticker on there and it comes back.
Anything else?
Move to recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner DeShara to recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Don't forget to sign out.